Order.
Offshore Petroleum Licensing Bill.
We begin with Amendment 12 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments, clauses stand part and new clauses as on the selection paper. I call Sir Alok Sharma, to move Amendment 12.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. I refer the House to my entry in the Register of Members' interests. Dame Rosie, I beg to move that Amendment 12, tabled in my name and the names of other Right Honourable and Honourable Members, be made. At the second reading of this bill, I said that it was something of a distraction and not necessary, on the basis that the North Sea Transition Authority can already grant licences annually, or indeed whenever it considers it necessary, and that will frankly not change with this bill. I also noted at the time that the two strategy tests in this bill have been designed in such a way that the computer always says yes to new oil and gas licences. But I also said that I would work with other like-minded colleagues to improve this bill and bring in further tests which need to be met before any new oil and gas production licences are granted. And that is what I and indeed other members have sought to do. So, Dame Rosie, I would like to just sort of set out the premise of Amendment 12. And it seeks to ensure to do two things. First, it would prevent the invitation of new production application licences until the Secretary of State has introduced a ban on flaring and venting of methane by new offshore installations. Second, it would also require the Secretary of State to prevent licensing rounds from 2030 if a wider ban on flaring and venting is not in place. Now, I would, of course, argue, along with other members who have signed up to this amendment, that this is an entirely reasonable ask, which the government and indeed all members should be able to get behind, since all it modestly seeks to do is put into statute existing guidance on flaring and venting issued by the North Sea Transition Authority. And so let me just set out the precise wording of the principles which the NSTA expects industry to follow in relation to flaring and venting across all UK continent shelf areas. 1. Flaring and venting and associated emissions should be at the lowest possible levels in the circumstances. 2. Zero routine flaring and venting for all by 2030. 3. All new developments should be planned and developed on the basis of zero routine flaring and venting. So a set of principles from the NSTA with which Amendment 12 is entirely consistent. Yes, of course.
Explain why it would be better to import LNG, 4 times the amount of CO2 produced, rather than having our own gas. And would he note that his regulations would not apply to the foreign-produced gas we imported?
Well, my honourable friend, of course, makes an important point that LNG does have a higher carbon intensity footprint, but of course the majority of the gas that we import is through pipeline from Norway, and the intensity, the production intensity of Norwegian gas is around half that of the UK's. But if I may continue, Dame Rosie, if I may, and in its response last year to the Environmental Audit Committee's report on accelerating the transition from fossil fuels and securing energy supplies, the government doubled down on the NSTA position. Responding to the EAC recommendation, which called for the banning of flaring from UK installations, the government noted that it was already signed up to, and I quote, make every effort to ensure that routine flaring from existing oil fields ends as soon as possible and no later than 2030. The government response then went on to highlight the NSTA guidance that new developments are approved on the basis of zero routine flaring and venting. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, raised the issue of imported gas. I just point out to him that, unfortunately, flaring is still a common practice in the UK, but by contrast, Norway banned routine flaring in 1971. And the carbon intensity of Norwegian gas production is around half that of UK domestic production. Yes, of course.
Marginal gas we would import would come from Qatar or United States of America. There isn't an infinite supply of Norwegian gas, so he's missing the main point.
Well, with I don't think I'm missing the main point. The point which the government is, of course, pursuing is to ensure that we have less use of fossil fuels overall and we expand our renewable capacity, including nuclear, which I know that he supports. That is actually where we should be going with this particular strategy. And just going back to Norway, the ban, of course, on flaring in Norway is one of the key reasons Norway has become a leader in cleaner production of oil and gas, which the government has clearly indicated it also wants to see happen with UK production. Now, I'm going to be very brief with this, Dame Rosie, but I just want to make the point that I am looking forward to hearing the Minister's response to this amendment. What I hope he will say is that given that Amendment 12 is consistent with government policy and guidance, the government will introduce a similar amendment in the other place. Now, of course, if the government chooses not to, I'm pretty sure a similar amendment will anyway be tabled in the other place and is likely to be supported. I just humbly observe that if the government does, either in this House or the other place, whip against this or a very similar amendment, will put colleagues in the absurd position of effectively having to vote against existing government policy. I'm really looking forward to listening to what the Minister has to say.
The question is that Amendment 12 to Clause 1 be made. Perhaps I could just remind the House, as Sir Alok Sharma led the way, that as we're in committee, as he did, the Chair should be addressed by name or as Chair or Madam Chair, and not as Mr or Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, before I call the Opposition Minister, just to say that I will be calling those who have amendments down first, and then I'll move on to others, just so that's clear, obviously going from side to side. Dr Alan Whitehead, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak to address our amendments 17, 18, 19 and 20, comment on other amendments before us today, and then try and place all this into context for the bill as a whole by way of effectively a stand-part contribution. Now, this bill remains, I have to say, an ill-advised, pointless piece of political posturing that legislates... No, don't... that was the mild version. That legislates for something, as the Right Honourable Member for Reading East informs us, that happens anyway and will make no difference to bills, according to the Secretary of State, will make no difference to our energy security, according to the former Chair of BP, will undermine the independence of the NSTA, according to the NSTA's own board, and will reinforce the perception around the world that the UK is rowing back from climate action, and that's according indeed to the Right Honourable Member for Reading West, the former COP President. We regret that this insubstantial and damaging bill has proceeded this far, and we will vote against it at third reading. We do not need this one-clause bill. We need instead a strategy for managing the North Sea that supports our energy security, and meets our climate commitments and secures the economic and jobs benefits of the transition to a low-carbon economy. We would have liked to have debated a new clause setting out a new principal objective for the North Sea Transition Authority that would have put such a strategy into effect. However, because this bill is so short and so tightly drawn around the narrow issue of mandatory licensing rounds, amendments to put a more sensible strategy into place are not, regrettably, in order. We must therefore take the bill on its own terms, even if this means treating it with significantly more respect than the drafters have treated this House in presenting such a trivial and nakedly political proposal. We have in this bill at present two tests which should be passed if the OGA is to proceed with mandatory licence issuance. And we know, don't we, that the two tests cannot be failed. It is a fact that if properly drafted, and we might come to that in a moment, LNG will always be more greenhouse gas intensive in production than UK natural gas, and we will always be in a position where gas and oil produced in the UK and in a declining North Sea field will not meet our total demand for gas and oil. Now, I learnt in my first year at university, and I think the Minister also learnt in his first year at university, because he did a similar degree to me, that a proposition that cannot be falsified cannot stand as a valid proposition. And here we have two completely non-valid propositions in this bill. They're bogus and cynically contrived to give an appearance that something has to be achieved before mandatory licensing takes place. So at the very least, we need a test or tests that can be failed and that produce a proper level of judgment into the advisability of proceeding with such mandatory licences. And the best test surely has to be whether such action is compatible with our climate change goals. The government had previously introduced climate change compatibility tests into production. Generally, it's strange that these appear nowhere in this bill.
The Shadow Minister has said that getting more of our own gas out of the North Sea would both help our security of supply and would reduce CO2 because it would displace imported LNG. So why doesn't he support the proposition?
The proposition that's before us today is mandatory licence rounds in a declining North Sea field, which would make no difference in the very long term to the total amount of gas that we get out of the North Sea, as everybody knows, and would instead, as I have already said, put us very firmly on the back foot as far as international climate change discussions are concerned. And that's the key issue that we need to address this afternoon. Give way.
Shadow Minister for giving way. And following on from the question from a right honourable friend, is it therefore Labour's position, or is it not, to not allow any new oil and gas licences in the future, if they were to come into power?
That we do not wish to see new energy exploration licences being issued for the future. But that doesn't mean that the North Sea doesn't continue in production over a long period of time and provide a substantial amount of oil and gas for our domestic market. So our first amendments, 17 and 18, would introduce a new test that would safeguard the legally binding commitments the UK and all other nations made in the Paris Agreement have reaffirmed ever since. The IPCC, the International Energy Agency, the Climate Change Committee, every credible independent analysis shows that new exploration licences are not compatible with limiting warming and avoiding the worst of the devastating impact that climate change will have and is having around the world and here in the UK. That test that we put in Amendment 17 and 18 is passable if we have or are achieving our climate change goals internationally. And I might just read out what we have to say in our Amendment 18. It states that the climate change test is met in relation to a relevant year if the latest reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change on the mitigation of climate change find that the granting of additional seaward area production licences is consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees C. Now, nobody who is serious about this can take that to mean that existing fields, as I've said, will not continue to produce for years to come. Of course they will. But anyone who argues that business as usual and a few new licences are the route to good long-term jobs and energy security is frankly peddling a myth. We must accelerate the transition to new opportunities for North Sea workers in the low-carbon economy, including through CCUS, hydrogen and floating offshore wind. We do not believe that tests are the best route to achieve this goal. We need a holistic strategy. But within the framework set out in this bill, the climate change test we propose is the only way to achieve a policy that is consistent with being a responsible and leading actor on the world stage in the fight against climate change, and managing our existing North Sea assets carefully and for the long term, and maximising the low-carbon economic potential of the North Sea. The other two amendments I'll speak to highlight the extent to which this bill, as currently drafted, fails even on the narrow terms it has set out. Amendments 19 and 20 would address the glaring deficiencies in the bogus carbon intensity test set out by the government. Currently, the test compares UK gas production carbon emissions only against an aggregate of liquefied natural gas production emissions, ignoring, as the Honourable Member for Reading West Right Honourable Member for Reading West has reminded us, ignoring pipeline-delivered gas, which makes up most of our imports. This amendment would correct this. The test is designed, as I said, to be impossible to fail as it stands, and so is really barely worthy of the name at all, but the inclusion only of LNG is a serious logical flaw. And before the Minister jumps up, it's not true to say that every marginal unit of imported gas must be LNG. Indeed, we do support substantial amounts of natural gas via pipeline into the UK from Norway, which, by the way, is substantially cleaner in its production emissions than is UK natural gas. And apart from anything, this takes no account of a likely future UK gas demand profile. As we rapidly decarbonise the power sector and electrify more and more of our economy, demand for gas will decline. Indeed, this decline in demand, not just supply, is at the heart of a successful net zero transition. So approving new exploration licences for fields that will come online in years on the assumption that the alternative must otherwise be LNG without taking any account of future demand is absurd. A fairer test would look at gas imports in the round.
And I take on board the remarks he makes about, I think it's 30% overall of our gas comes from Norway. So it's, yes, it's the majority of imports, but it's still 30% overall. Does he therefore, I know nobody in this House has authority over what Norway does in their future oil and gas prospects, but would he therefore be in favour of a Norwegian government exploring for new oil and gas to supply us?
No, I'm not in favour of anybody in line with what the IEA says and what the IPC says of new exploration licences being undertaken. But the point is here that the Norwegian supply in a declining market will be very substantial indeed, will continue to be very substantial indeed, even if there are no new exploration licences taking place in Norway. And the figure the Honourable Member quotes is fairly right, but not quite right. It's 34%, and from the United Kingdom it's 38% of our current gas. And then the supply from the United States, Qatar and others, it's 14%, 9% and smaller percent after that. So Norway already occupies a very substantial position in terms of our present gas supplies, and will, I am sure, continue to do so. Give way.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. I wonder if he would agree with me that it might be useful just to remind some honourable members opposite that according to the UN Production Gap Report, governments already plan with their existing developments to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 that would be consistent with keeping global heating to 1.5 or below. So the idea that anyone is going to go around having vast new developments is just not compatible with keeping below our climate targets.
That's right, the Honourable Member's absolutely right. This is an international issue as far as new licences are concerned, and it is based on the fact that if we did go and explore around the world for new licences, we'd simply produce far, far more in terms of oil and gas than is compatible with a 1.5 degree climate increase target, and therefore we should just keep it in the ground, frankly. So our final amendment, number 21, would go some way to correcting another element of the carbon intensity test, which is that, as currently drafted, the test will not take into account, you're going to listen to this bit, as currently drafted, the test will not take into account methane emissions. Now that seems to me to be something of a serious flaw, in that the whole case for the comparison of UK-based natural gas and LNG is based only on production emissions. The emissions of methane at various stages of the production and transportation processes of liquefied natural gas are indeed in aggregate worse than those of the UK produced and piped natural gas. But they are not carbon dioxide emissions, which is what the bill at present says they should be measured on. A comparison of LNG's potential carbon dioxide emissions upon burning is roughly the same, or perhaps slightly higher, than UK natural gas, which, as the Right Honourable Member for Reading West has pointed out to us, is elevated by the present UK practice of flaring surplus gas, which can be measured in carbon dioxide emissions. Now, methane is a much more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide over 20 and 100-year timeframes. Its lifetime in the atmosphere is shorter than CO2, but its impact is far more significant. And the Climate Change Act is quite specific on how this should be measured. Section 93, which the bill mentions but does not act on, of the Climate Change Act, states that greenhouse gas emissions and removals of greenhouse gas from the atmosphere shall be measured or calculated in tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. The bill, in 4ZB(1), merely mentions carbon intensity of natural gas, but then in little 3 defines carbon intensity as the carbon dioxide emissions attributable to its production. But carbon dioxide emissions in production are not the principal concern here. The gas hasn't been burnt at that point. Indeed, I can conceive of some smart climate-based lawyers challenging the validity of the test on precisely that point. So it may be that the Minister might see our amendment here as providing a vital lifeline to the integrity of his bill. So to that extent, it might be seen as helpful to him. But I doubt somehow that he will take it up. To coin a phrase, it's the methane stupid, and the bill should say so. The bill, as drafted in subclause 4, already gives the Secretary of State the power to amend the carbon intensity test to include emissions other than carbon dioxide, and maybe very shortly the Secretary of State or the Minister might take up that clause to save his test. And we can anticipate, I think, a fairly amusing SI debate when he tries to do that. But this amendment would simply require that the government produce a report analysing what the impact of that change would be. In the spirit of trying to improve a bill that is fairly resistant by design to being improved, we also welcome the amendments tabled by the Right Honourable Member for Reading West and the Honourable Member for North Devon. A ban on routine flaring and venting has been called for by the Climate Change Committee and the Environmental Audit Committee and is long overdue. A marine spatial prioritisation policy would help organise and plan an optimal long-term, low-carbon economic strategy for the North Sea. And as to the various tests proposed by other honourable members, clearly there is significant strength of feeling across the House that this is an inadequate bill, and some of those tests could undoubtedly make a bad bill a little less bad, although some of them do have internal problems with the way in which they are cast. And we wouldn't want to vote against them, but we really do think that the only fully valid way of producing a comprehensive test, a climate change and net zero compatible test, however, is the one that we, and indeed the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion, has in principle set out, is the best available route, within a severely constrained process for aligning this deeply flawed bill with our essential energy security and climate change priorities.
Selaine Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to the amendment in my name on spatial prioritisation due to competing pressures on sea space and what is essentially a spatial squeeze. I fully understand the importance of this bill, as we all know that the oil and gas industry will have a key role as the UK transitions towards cleaner energy, and this bill provides reassurance to the industry. And I'm grateful that the government has stated that each annual licensing round will only take place if key emissions tests are met to support that transition to net zero. I thank the Minister and his team for their ongoing engagement on this issue, but as we seek to turn to renewables and clean energy, we need to ensure that we have the space and infrastructure to carry this forward, or the energy transition will never come to fruition. I brought this up directly with the Farming Minister during the EFRA Select Committee, as my concerns extend beyond just oil and gas, but also how floating offshore wind and fishing can cohabit the same ocean space, along with concern about marine protected areas, because there is clearly a balance to strike. It was good to hear the Minister's response about the cross-departmental work to ensure our fishermen have a future alongside our need to expand our renewable energy sources. But there is an opportunity within this bill to ensure we do not repeat these conversations as other energy sources compete for space in the precious waters around our coast. This will not only help the UK's energy security, but also our push towards renewable energy, supporting our fishing fleets, not to mention retaining a simultaneous focus on biodiversity and improving the condition of marine protected areas. As a coastal MP, all these points are especially important to me, and being an eternal optimist that we can do all these things simultaneously if we can plan strategically where we have the opportunity.
Well, my honourable friend, give way on that point. My honourable friend's making some very good points, particularly on the issue of spatial squeeze, and she also makes the point that this is not a one thing or another. I think the members opposite tend to look at this whole debate as a sort of black and white, we have to be in this direction or that direction. But does she agree that whether you're talking from a fishing perspective, offshore wind, offshore oil and gas, it's very important that we do actually come together and everyone has a say at the table?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and as always, actually, I agree with the points that he makes, and that the need to prioritise space is absolutely critical, as the government has committed to delivering 50 gigawatt of offshore wind, representing approximately 93.3 billion worth of investment and requiring 8,500 kilometres of new marine space. I need to declare an interest as chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for the Celtic Sea. I am particularly concerned about the deployment of floating offshore wind or flow. Flow will open up areas such as the Celtic Sea so that we can generate energy no matter which way the wind blows. As it can be deployed in waters deeper than 60 metres, this technology opens up 80% of our offshore wind resources. The Celtic Sea is an environment where strategic planning at this early point in the development of flow, not just for spatial prioritisation on the seabed, but also clear planning on cable routes to optimise how power transitions to the grid, minimises blue carbon disruption from our ocean floors, as well as onshore environmental damage from multiple plug-in points. Indeed, given the long-term commitment to energy generation in the Celtic Sea as well as the North Sea, the chance to plan strategically and include all future leases within a national framework is now. More renewable energy and greater energy efficiency contribute more to energy security than new oil and gas. This integrated spatial planning will require new licences to ensure that enough sea space is allocated for nature recovery and climate change mitigation. Otherwise, there is a risk that industrial activities could crowd out these important environmental purposes, which quite clearly can coexist with the right strategic planning, early enough in the evolution of these vital new technologies, running alongside those which are clearly now waning. In its current form, the bill has no provisions to require spatial prioritisation testing of the geographical blocks that become available for oil and gas search and production. This means that the North Sea Transition Authority will be able to grant new licences in areas of the sea where the cumulative impact of activities are incompatible with the achievement of government targets outlined in the Climate Change Act 2008 and the Environment Act 2021.
But will she accept that in several cases where there could be oil and gas useful deposits in the North Sea, these are adjacent to existing pipes and existing development production platforms, and that would be one of the great advantages, because the infrastructure is already there and it has spare capacity because of the decline of traditional fields. So that would be far less intrusive, would it not?
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, and I think it is a valid point. But I think that for me this was about opening up that conversation and making sure that these things are considered as in the round, that if we are going to put an extra pipe there, that we consider what we're offsetting somewhere else. And polling has found that 80% of the UK public believe our ocean protection laws must be strengthened. I know how important our waters are to the residents of North Devon and the wider UK. We must ensure that we do all we can whilst understanding the vital role that oil and gas will play in our energy security moving forward as well as at present. Spatial prioritisation is important to ensure that as we continue to drive forwards our new green energies, it is not done at the expense of our traditional industries such as fishing, and gives due consideration to the marine environment to which we on land owe so much and are still finding out more about. Balance and optimisation is the objective of this amendment, and I hope the Minister will consider this opportunity so we really can have it all. Decarbonise our energy, improve our biodiversity, support our fishermen and improve our energy security.
SNP spokesperson Dave Doogan.
Thank you very much, Dame Rosie. I rise to speak for Amendments 7, 8 and 10 from the SNP, and I do so noting that there's no substantive changes to the provisions within this bill, clearly, from that which we discussed some weeks ago in this place. It's no more responsive to the needs either of the climate, of the energy sector in Scotland, or the needs of bill payers hemorrhaging money paying their energy bills. And we know that from the appropriation of Scotland's energy wealth by Thatcher in the 80s to the cut the green crap by Cameron under the beginning of this Conservative regime, to the weak-minded and politically naive rolling back of green transition measures from the current Prime Minister, that clearly, time and time again, that the Tories will never look after ordinary workers, Scotland or the environment. I will. It's quite.
I'm very grateful for him giving way, and he's making an excellent start to his speech. I wonder if he would agree with me that it is outrageous that the Prime Minister has masqueraded this legislation as a way to reduce energy bills for consumers, when even the Secretary of State herself couldn't defend these claims, and that this government's only intention is to unlock as much tax revenue from the North Sea oil and gas sector as possible, with absolutely no consideration given to reducing domestic energy bills, energy security, or to reaching our climate commitments.
I agree entirely with my honourable friend, and she touches on some of the key elements that I'll be reaching for in the course of this speech. But yes, the thrust of what she points out is entirely found to be the case. So, in order to salvage some semblance of responsibility and or equity from this bill, I'd urge members to support SNP amendments, which variously in turn seek to amend the provisions to facilitate a case-by-case basis to licence issuance rather than annually by prescription, a reasonable improvement to the terms of the bill by any measure. We'd also like to incorporate a real test for new issuance, which would require a test to be met requiring the OGA to assess that new licences will, in fact, lower energy bills for bill payers, that will deliver energy security and reduce reliance on imported fuel sources for domestic consumption, and enhance sustained job security for the oil and gas workforce in areas of the UK economically reliant on the oil and gas sector, and guarantee funding for domestic refineries to increase capacity to process sustainable fuel sources and stimulate the North Sea oil and gas sector to meet commitments set out in the North Sea transition deal. And we in the SNP wish to ensure that 100% of tax revenues from oil and gas henceforth are invested in the just transition, with a just transition test to be met in relation to any given relevant year where the OGA issues new licences, only in the event that it assesses that any new licences will support the delivery of the North Sea transition deal's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets of 10% by 2025, 25% by 2027 and 50% by 2030 against the 2018 baseline, and to meet the sector's aim of a net zero basin by 2050, and that the Secretary of State has provided funding to support the development of the renewable energy sector in areas of the United Kingdom economically dependent on the oil and gas sector, equivalent to tax revenues collected from UK oil and gas production. Dame Rosie, this last amendment means that new licences cannot be issued unless it can be shown that such new licences will meet the emission reduction targets set out in the North Sea Transition Deal's greenhouse gas emissions reduction target, and they cannot be issued unless the UK Government is funding the renewable sector in oil and gas dependent areas to at least the value of oil and gas revenues. Yeah.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's speaking about conditions for new licences to be granted, but the SNP's draft energy strategy includes a presumption against any new licences. Is that his position? Is that the position of the Scottish National Party, that there should be no new licences for oil and gas exploration?
I'm grateful, Dame Rosie, to the honourable gentleman. It's lovely to see him in his place. He's a very busy man, we know, with his other two jobs. But if my memory doesn't serve me correctly, I'm sure Hansard will correct, that we rehearsed this particular issue when we discussed this at stage 2. And let me point out to the honourable gentleman, who is, I'm certain, an ardent unionist, that sadly, whatever the position of the devolved government, whomever that government is, is irrelevant when it comes to debating. No, is irrelevant when it comes to debating what we do with oil and gas licences in the UK, because sadly, Scotland's oil and gas endowment, as he well knows and makes excuses for regularly, is controlled remotely by a dysfunctional UK government, whomever that UK government is. So the point is moot.
Hey, just for clarity. Just for clarity. He's not giving way.
The last SNP amendment will prevent this government and the soon-to-be installed Labour government from simply using Scotland's North Sea oil and gas revenues to fund tax cuts in the UK, a state which demonstrably is not paying its way in the world. Both Labour and Tory, Dame Rosie, two cheeks of the same face in Scotland, are concerned will sacrifice Scotland's economic, industrial and material welfare and those working in the energy sector if it will win them a few more seats in this place. They have done it before and they will do it again while we remain in this broken and discredited union. The prosperity that comes from oil and gas in Scotland is finite. I will, eh?
I wasn't sure if he'd moved on from his glowing appraisal of the North Sea transition deal, but can I take it from his reference to the North Sea transition deal that it's the SNP's position to support and welcome the North Sea transition deal in its entirety?
Thank you, Dame Rosie. I welcome the honourable gentleman's intervention. His ambition to sort of nail those colours to the mast is not going to be met by me. But I'll tell you what's preferable. I'll tell you what's preferable to that is turning a blind eye to the implications of a free-for-all, which is what the UK government is seeking to develop with this bill. A free-for-all both in terms of emissions and those that would end up benefiting from the revenue receipts from that free-for-all. So I'm sorry if he finds that difficult, but he's going to have to deal with it. To make progress, Dame Rosie, the prosperity that comes from oil and gas in Scotland is finite, and we know this all too well. And we've seen what deindustrialisation with no transition plan looks like. We witnessed it first-hand in the 1980s with coal and steel and heavy industries, all torn asunder on the altar of monetarism and the share price of the City of London, and set to happen again, not only in oil and gas, by Thatcher's willing disciples and the leader of the Labour Party and the current Prime Minister. We cannot allow this to happen again, Dame Rosie. It's therefore essential that the north east of Scotland and other areas reliant on oil and gas are afforded the investment required, which is what our amendment speaks to create new jobs and to transition in a managed and strategic fashion to accelerate our post-carbon future. No. That, Dame Rosie, would be a just ambition for a just transition. These billions of pounds still to be yielded from oil and gas revenues mustn't be wasted on doomed capital investment projects like HS2 or used to fund exorbitant false economies like nuclear power stations in England. It's a moral and economic imperative it's used to accelerate a genuine just transition to protect jobs where they already exist. I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. And in response to my previous request, he said it was irrelevant what the Scottish National Party position on this was. But of course it's not. It's vitally important. Now, I'm just reading from the SNP's draft energy strategy, which says there is a presumption against new exploration for oil and gas. Does he support that?
So what that question speaks to, Dame Rosie, is a misrepresentation. It's almost as though there's no point in giving way to the honourable gentleman if he's going to misrepresent me in that way. Because what I actually said was, it doesn't matter who is in government in a devolved assembly where energy policy is decided by remote control from a dysfunctional Westminster government. That's the basis, that's the beginning and end of it, Dame Rosie. If he doesn't like it, then he's welcome to join the SNP with us. Well, well, perhaps maybe not. What we do know is the facts on the ground, Dame Rosie. What we know that the oil and gas sector is in decline, both because of finite reserves and the fact that it is to be considered an industry with a limited future, unlike the green transition with an unlimited future. Jobs have already decreased in this sector. Members opposite are giving the impression that with unlimited licensing there will be unlimited jobs. That's not the case. They've decreased by 228,000 since 2013, despite 400 new drilling licences in 5 separate auction rounds. Production of gas in the North Sea has already fallen by 2/3 since 2000 and will fall a further 95% with new licences, as opposed to 97% without new licences. The issuance of new licences in and of itself will not shift the dial, especially if the revenues from Scottish oil and gas continue to disappear into the black hole that is the Treasury. What is needed is a wholesale redistribution of fiscal receipts from Scottish oil and gas to the renewable transition, ring-fenced and guaranteed by statute. In Scotland, we are apt to wonder what we got for our £300 billion in tax receipts from Scotland's oil, a question now being mirrored in our renewable endowment also. I note the members opposite have desisted from the nonsense that energy bills will be lowered by granting unlimited licences, and not before time. What will lower bills, Dame Rosie, will be ensuring that the renewable energy we generate can find its way to consumers without needing to be turned off because the grid can't cope after 14 years of non-investment by the Tories. New grid infrastructure will lower bills and do so by dialing gas out of the system. The members opposite talk about the relentless need for more and more gas, as if that doesn't speak to a flaky ambition to a just transition. It exposes it and lays it bare. And we'll dial gas out of the system, Dame Rosie, by having a network that can connect Scotland's renewable energy to the market where it's required, and do so with proper investment in subsea lines, not scarring Scotland with 80-metre high pylon lines. It's a pity the UK government wouldn't invest the billions they're ploughing into nuclear into environmentally optimal grid improvements rather than default to pylons and overhead lines. This bill in closing is part of an ill-fated Tory miscalculation to make the just transition a wedge issue. We know that because this is a non-existent solution to a non-existent problem. 27 new licences were granted in 23, and a licensing round has been held by the North Sea Transition Authority every year and a half since 2016. If this bill is the answer, then I'm not certain what the question is. It undermines the independence of the NSTA by forcing them to hold new oil and licensing rounds every year. Currently, the NSTA undertake licensing rounds when they deem they are required. A challenge so unwelcome by the NSTA board that they unanimously agreed that this legislation and annual licensing rounds were unnecessary. This is what happens when your energy sector, so vital to any broad-based developed economy like Scotland's, is subject to remote control. Renewables already account for the equivalent of 113% of Scotland's gross electricity consumption, yet we still pay sky-high energy bills due to the level of gas required for generation in England, due in no small part to the Tories' small-minded hysteria surrounding onshore wind and their 10-year-old ban on development of onshore. Investing further in the green hydrogen sector in Scotland could support up to 300,000 jobs. It's a pity members opposite wouldn't focus on that opportunity, and it would add up to £25 billion in Scotland's GVA by 2045. The further development of our renewable sector represents an extraordinary export opportunity for Scotland, and it's one that we must grab, much more than we should be looking back to the enterprises of the future. I'm happy to give way.
For giving way, he rightly mentions the sky-high energy prices faced in Scotland, generating, as he pointed out, so much energy. What role does he think that zonal and nodal energy modelling as a market, rather than a one-size-fits-all UK, would bring to reducing energy costs substantially in Scotland and, say, likes of Sutherland, but also in England and in places like Surrey? Everybody would be a winner if we moved away from the model that is in UK-wide towards zonal and nodal.
My honourable friend, Dame Rosie, raises an interesting question, and what we have, through a lack of investment, is a network that delivers energy around GB, which was designed for a small number of very large generators, is completely ill-equipped to deal with many more smaller systems of generation, and that's why we find ourselves switching off wind turbines where the demand still exists, and we replace it with gas, much to all of our constituents' cost and misery. So that failure to transition in the electricity distribution network across GB is exactly the same failure that we're seeing with this dependency and desire to keep looking backwards in terms of how we transition from hydrocarbons to renewables in a way that respects workers and communities. So in closing, Madam Dame Rosie, we should grasp this bright future that Scotland has in front of it with both hands, and we will do so while in so doing we will manage to rid ourselves of the mismanagement of successive UK governments in Westminster. Thank you.
As we move on to some of those who may not have tabled amendments but who I will bring in. A little reminder that obviously you were at committee stage, so discussion is of the amendments, but as it also includes clause stand part 1 and 2, there is a bit of a wider range of scope. Peter Aldous.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. As I mentioned in the second reading debate, this bill is of particular interest to me as the oil and gas industry has played a significant role as a major employer in the Waveney and Lowestoft area for nearly 60 years, and also the offshore wind industry and other low-carbon energy technologies such as nuclear and hydrogen provide exciting local job-creating opportunities for generations to come. Dame Rosie, I also chair the all-party parliamentary group for offshore oil and gas. As I mentioned in the debate on the 22nd January, there are sound reasons to support this bill in its current form, as geopolitically a great deal has happened in the past 2 to 3 years. However, and we've heard this today, some would say that the bill is unnecessary, as licensing rounds have in any case been held on a broadly annual basis up to the 32nd licensing round that opened in 2019. I am also mindful that with the enormous amount of private sector investment that we need to leverage in so as to secure the transition and to deliver our net zero targets, there is need for both consistency of message and the avoidance of political meddling. In the previous debate, I also highlighted that one of the Conservative government's most notable achievements in recent years was the creation in 2016 of the Oil and Gas Authority, which now operates as the North Sea Transition Authority, and which has quite correctly acknowledged that the delivery of net zero is its core mission. I also expressed a worry that this bill undermines the independence of the NSTA. It is through this prism, Dame Rosie, that I consider these amendments, many of which are well-reasoned and well-intentioned. The NSTA's work in delivering net zero derives, as we've heard, from the North Sea Transition Deal. This was an agreement between the UK government and the oil and gas industry, facilitated by the NSTA. This, Dame Rosie, should be the forum through which the amendments before us today should be negotiated. By pursuing this partnership approach, we shall retain the confidence of an industry which, as I've mentioned previously, is globally footloose and which we need to deliver net zero and to secure the enormous job opportunities that are potentially available. Last month, the East of England Energy Group published their 5 core principles for energy in the East of England. They also set out what is needed from government so that they can deliver their vision. Their requirements included a stable fiscal policy so as to boost investor confidence and project progression, and stable and predictable regulations and policy mechanisms that foster investor confidence and support energy security and the UK's progress on meeting its decarbonisation targets. It is against these parameters, Dame Rosie, that we should judge these amendments. I would add that the opposition's green prosperity plan has alarmed industry and places at risk that inward investment that is so badly needed. However, that is a debate for another day. Dame Rosie, in the second reading debate, I suggested that we should consider a more ambitious climate compatibility checkpoint and bring forward the ban on routine venting and flaring. These are sensible ambitions, as I have said, but they do need to be worked up in conjunction with and in partnership with the NSTA and industry, and not imposed on them. With regard to both Amendment 12 and new Clause 2, it should be added that the NSTA do actually have a good track record with regard to both venting and flaring and marine spatial planning and marine spatial planning. I will give way at that point.
I was waiting for an opportune moment. That seemed like one. He mentioned the role of the NSTA in the facilitation and the delivery of the North Sea Transition Deal, which, as he also said, was negotiated between the industry and the UK government. But does he also agree that that is precisely the purpose, or what he's advocating is precisely the purpose of the North Sea Transition Deal, to facilitate the delivery of the energy transition to net zero?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and he is quite right. The North Sea Transition Deal is the foundation stone on which we should be building, involving industry, involving the NSTA, and giving industry that confidence to make that significant investment that we need. Dame Rosie, the North Sea Transition Deal includes the target to cut greenhouse gases and emissions by 10% by 2025, by 25% by 2027, and the NSTA want to halve emissions by 2030. They are also committed to all new developments having no routine flaring and venting, with zero routine flaring across all North Sea plan platforms, whether new or existing, by 2030 at the latest. Good progress is being made. Whilst figures are not yet available for 2023, emissions were reduced by 23% between 2018 and 2022, whilst flaring has been reduced by 50% in the same period. In addition to tracking, monitoring and reporting performance, the NSTA closely scrutinises operators' applications for flaring consents, pushes back against requests to increase flaring, and has ordered operators to restrict production to stay within agreed limits. They have also, where necessary, issued fines for breaches. With regard to marine spatial planning, the NSTA follows a precautionary approach and are acutely aware of the need for coordination and collaboration in what are increasingly crowded and sometimes very sensitive and precious waters. They are thus working closely with such organisations as the Crown Estate and the Marine Maritime Organisation in delivering DEFRA's Marine Spatial Prioritisation Programme. Dame Rosie, in conclusion, this bill and these amendments raise very important issues, but to tackle them properly, we need to adopt a long-term approach that transcends the 4 to 5 year political cycle, and also one which fully involves business. Thank you.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you very much, Dame Rosie. I rise to, of course, support Amendments 17 and 19, but also my Amendments 22, 24 on energy efficiency test and 23, 25 on the Energy Charter Treaty. Let me start from the last one of these. The Energy Charter Treaty at the moment is a failed international treaty that we are a member of. It binds us to any contract that we sign for oil, gas or any energy. Once it is signed, you cannot get out of it without paying the HoC value of that contract. What I mean by the hope value is you don't pay the actual material value if you want to stop that contract now. You have to pay all the potential value of that contract if that oil field, for example, was fully exploited. It has cost other European countries billions and billions of pounds when they have tried to implement climate mitigating policies. And it is dangerous because it is decided not by British courts, not by international courts where there is a British judge, but by secretive tribunals where the corporations get to appoint the people who are making the deliberations. It is so outrageous that the European Union has agreed to withdraw en masse in a coordinated way, and they are currently negotiating how they will do that in a coordinated way. And they have agreed to do side letters with each other to ensure that when they do withdraw, they are not bound by the 25-year clause, which means that even when you withdraw, any extent licences that have been signed under it have to be continued to be honoured. The reason this has got to do, the Minister is chuntering from his position, is because if we are required to sign more licences while we are still part of the Energy Charter Treaty, the Minister is binding the hand of future generations going forward. If we were to withdraw from the Energy Charter Treaty, like our allies and partners are trying to do, and then we decided to award new licences going forward, future governments and future generations, without penalty, could withdraw or reduce those licences. So it is very much about this. It is about saying, if you want to do this for short-term gain, and I don't believe the premise of the government to start with, but if you at least want to do it, allow future generations and future governments to come and fix your mess. Don't bind their hand under international treaty. I think it's very relevant to the awarding of new licences. And actually, the fact that so many countries are now fleeing the Energy Charter Treaty, to me, should be the moment where we negotiate with our partners to work out a new way forward. And the British government itself accepts that the Energy Charter Treaty has failed. They have gone to try and make significant amendments to that treaty to allow flexibility on climate change goals, but the treaty has not been able to be amended, and that's why European partners are trying to withdraw. And I think this test would do two things. It would not only not bind future generations, but it would put a rocket up the derriere of our ministers and our departments to ensure that they fulfil the pledge of reform or withdrawal, which is already a pledge that we have made. On 22 and 24, the energy efficiency test of home heating. The reality is that the biggest proportion of domestic energy is spent on home heating. The huge prices that we have seen in people's domestic bills will not be solved one iota by this bill, and the Minister has admitted it previously, because it will be sold on the international market, and the marginal price that we buy back will still be an inflated price, and our electricity market that is linked to that marginal price, of course, will continue to be inflated. The best way, the most efficient way, the way that we all know needs to happen to actually reduce energy bills, to reduce the demand and need for gas, is to ensure our homes meet decent energy efficiency standards. And so this says, before we invest in and commit to new licences for offshore drilling, the government needs to redouble efforts to ensure energy efficiency, and we need to have a median position of B in the home energy position. At the moment, C is seen as a standard, D for private rental, and we know many private rentals and private homes particularly are the worst in this sector, and they need greater help. And we can't continue to rely on the programmes of the government that don't touch the sides. We need a proper approach where we go street by street with councils and local governments, fully funded by government, with clawbacks in future years, but we cannot expect our citizens to pay a penny out of their pocket up front, because the reality is it is homeowners overstretched already with a mortgage market that has been destroyed by this government with huge additional bills. They can't afford an extra cent, an extra penny on their home improvements. All needs to be covered by the government. And this will incentivise the government to do that and ensure that we have made all real efforts to reduce our gas demand before we go in the foolish endeavour of drilling more oil and gas, which won't reduce prices, which won't stop fuel poverty in this country, and won't actually deal with any of our long-lasting problems. It will be a sticking plaster that doesn't even stick. And then finally, 17 and 19, and the front bench have, I worked with the front bench with this amendment, and I am delighted that my front bench have laid this down, which is, of course, the climate change test. A similar amendment has been put down by my honourable friend, my neighbour, as well. And it is important to say that the reality is we cannot meet our climate targets if we do not honour and respect the IPCC's work and its report. We are on a hiding to nothing if we think we can still keep drilling, keep extracting more than we are at the moment, and try and meet those energy targets. It was, of course, there were phrases I remember in the anti-war movement, you can't bomb for peace. There was one about not being able to do something for virginity as well. It feels to me it's a very similar thing. You are trying to do something that is the very opposite of the activity that you want to achieve. And I'm afraid the government needs to ensure that if it wants to be committed to its climate targets, and if it does think that more licences are needed, those licences actively achieve our net zero targets. And I'm afraid this will not do that. It will make things worse, it will make bills continue to be high, and it will ensure that we are binded for a generation. That's why all my amendments are supported, but I'm sure we will be pushing to a vote the front bench one. Thank you.
David D.
Thank you very much, Dame Rosie. I rise to speak in this committee stage of this bill in support of the Offshore Petroleum Licensing Bill and in support of all the employees of companies right across the country, including in my constituency of Banff and Buchan, who will play a critical role in the UK's successful ongoing energy transition to net zero by 2050. I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind the House at this point that for 25 years prior to being elected in 2017, I worked in the energy sector, specifically the oil and gas sector, in a wide range of roles for several different companies and in various places around the world. I will also declare that I have a close family member with a financial interest in one of those companies, which it happens to be below the threshold required for registering interests. And I can also assure the House that this financial interest has never had any bearing or will have any bearing on my contributions on this or any other debate. At second reading, I spoke about the potential for increased confidence and certainty that this bill brings to the energy industry. For many people watching, including a few honourable and right honourable members in this place, there would appear to be a perfectly polarised distinction between maximising oil and gas on one hand and promoting renewables on the other. The truth, however, exists on a continuum between those two extremes. We have in fact been on a transition away from the most polluting of fossil fuels towards cleaner, lower carbon, renewable sources of energy for a number of decades now. This transition is happening at various rates in different parts of the world, and it's fair to say the United Kingdom is at the forefront, being the first major economy to not only legislate for net zero, but also to set the most stringent decarbonisation targets. This Conservative government has presided over the UK becoming the first major economy to have reduced carbon emissions by 50% from 1990 levels, and that compares to only 7% that had been reached by the time the Conservatives came into power in 2010. We have effectively transitioned away completely from coal power, and continue to reduce our demand for oil and gas, but not as fast as our own domestic supplies continue to decline, or will continue to decline even with new production, and not as fast as we are able to increase our renewable and low-carbon capacity. One of the critical points that needs to be reinforced when considering this legislation is that new oil and gas does not mean more oil and gas, which is a mistake I heard in the previous member's speech. And even with new production, the North Sea Transition Authority predict that the UK oil and gas production will decline, not by the 3 to 4% suggested by the International Energy Authority to stay within the global 1.5 degree target, but twice that rate of decline at around 7%. We are today 75% dependent on oil and gas for our energy needs, not just for electricity generation, but for heat and transportation as well. And of that 75%, about 50% is produced domestically, with the rest needing to be imported. The argument for producing our own oil and gas closer to home has been well rehearsed. There's the obvious benefit of having that source of energy under our control and not that of other, not always friendly, states and other countries. We've also heard how pressurising, liquefying gas for transportation and then shipping that liquefied natural gas LNG halfway around the world to then be deliquefied back into gas when it arrives here in the UK can produce up to 4 times the carbon emissions of domestically produced gas. And we know from the Climate Change Committee that we are likely to still be up to 25% dependent on oil and gas by 2050. So it therefore follows that carbon capture, utilisation and storage, CCUS, will certainly be required for the UK to get to net zero by 2050. And that includes, of course, the Acorn CCS and the hydrogen project at St Fergus in my constituency. In particular, its role it will have on decarbonising gas-fired power generation at Peterhead. What will also be required to get to net zero are precisely the skills and the technologies and the supply chains that currently exist and will no doubt continue to be developed within the oil and gas industry. But these critical elements will no longer be available to us, sadly, if we shut down our domestic oil and gas industry prematurely. And that is what would happen if the parties opposite had their way. Whether it's the SNP's presumption against new exploration for oil and gas, and that is a direct quote from their draft energy strategy, or Labour's just stop oil approach. And recently there's been, I'm hearing some nods of agreement from across the floor, but there has been something of a war of words between the two main parties I'm referring to, Labour and SNP in Scotland. Firstly, following a screeching U-turn on their £28 billion a year green investment plan, which of course on this side of the House was always seen as an undeliverable without massive tax increases. Labour announced that they would not only increase the energy profits levy and make it last longer, but they would also remove their investment allowance. By the way, I should gently point out before I give way, I'd like to point out that, and I'm not sure members of the opposition front bench are aware, that the 78% tax rate they are so keen to copy from Norway actually in Norway comes with an equivalent 78% investment allowance in that country. Labour's plans would remove the investment allowance, putting future investment across the energy sector even further at risk. And of course, as we heard earlier, Labour still maintain their position of banning all new oil and gas licences, which has inevitably led to an outcry from the sector in recent weeks. Among others, Offshore Energy's UK Chief Executive David Whitehouse has said, and I quote, "We remain deeply concerned about what Labour's proposals could do to our people." Continuing with the quote, "If we can't get companies to invest here, there are no jobs. It's that simple." He goes on to describe these proposals by Labour as, again I quote, "a hammer blow to the energy we need today and to the homegrown transition to cleaner energies that everyone in the UK wants to see." And this is the key point that often goes over the head of so many on the opposition benches. The skills and technologies to deliver net zero are not going to magically appear over the horizon, and the talent and expertise in what would become a defunct oil and gas industry are not going to automatically transfer immediately across to the renewable sector. More likely, companies and their employees who will find themselves squeezed out of oil and gas here in the UK will simply move overseas to deliver someone else's energy security and to deliver someone else's energy transition, and no doubt deliver oil and gas that we would end up having to import. And of course the SNP have come out of the woodwork to jump on the bandwagon criticising Labour's approach, completely contradicting their previous stance and more than likely that of their Scottish Green coalition partners in Holyrood. SNP leader Humza Yousaf said last September that he didn't want Scotland to be Europe's oil and gas capital, presumably wishing to pass that mantle on to our North Sea neighbours in Norway. And a little over a year ago, in their draft energy strategy, the SNP did state, and I quote again, there should be a presumption against new exploration for oil and gas. And I'm not sure if the Honourable Member for Angus is still looking to intervene, but I wonder if he would take this opportunity to answer the question.
I am grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, Dame Rosie, for taking my intervention. It was about 5 minutes ago on a different subject. But the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan makes a really interesting point as part of his speech, and he said new licences does not mean more oil and gas. Well, conversely, having a more circumspect and more rational approach to licence issuance, taking it out of the political arena and putting it into the bureaucratic space, doesn't mean less oil and gas. And the Honourable Gentleman, I'm sure, will accept that if it's true for one, it's true for the other. And doesn't he agree with my position and my party's position that as the oil and gas industry continues on its journey to its natural conclusion of a much reduced industry because of whatever reason, the transition to renewables or depleted resources, it's much more important, it's elegant in fact, to make sure that those tax receipts are invested in the energy of the future and not squandered by His Majesty's Treasury.
I find myself looking for a point that I might agree with and sadly failing. But I would say that in his point about the decline of oil and gas in the UK, that is a point that has been made time and time again. Ever since 2004, we have been a net importer of oil and gas. And so my point about new oil and gas not being more oil and gas is about managing that decline to make up for the fact that we are not replacing that oil and gas generation with renewables as fast as we'd like. And I'll come on to that point in more detail in a moment. But again, these comments from the SNP leader just goes to show the staggering hypocrisy and inconsistency from the SNP. But neither the industry nor the electorate, particularly in the north east of Scotland, are so easily fooled. If asked if they support new oil and gas licences, and we've seen it today, some SNP members, and I dare say some Labour members as well, may actually find it difficult to commit to a position, particularly when facing their constituents in the north east of Scotland. But this Conservative government, and the Scottish Conservatives in particular, have maintained a consistent support for the oil and gas industry, the companies and the tens of thousands employed from right across the UK. And we recognise, as this bill recognises, not just the potential for the people in this industry to keep their lights on, to keep our lights on, and the economy moving in the near term, but to lead the world in showing how a successful energy transition from oil and gas to renewables can be done. While sadly, all His Majesty's opposition seem to be able to offer, and it's been confirmed a couple of times today, is to offer to lead the world only in virtue signalling. I'll close my comments at that.
Thank you very much, Dame Rosie. Following the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan, I have to say that I do think that his speech was one of startling complacency and still one that seems to be based on a misunderstanding that just because we exploit oil and gas from the North Sea, somehow that means that it is ours, that it gets used here, rather than being sold on global markets at international prices, as so many of us have said so many times in this chamber, which still somehow doesn't seem to penetrate. But, Dame Rosie, I rise to speak in support of my amendments that have been selected for debate, Amendments 2, 3, 13 and 14. But before I begin in earnest, I just want to emphasise that seeking to amend this sham of a bill in no way legitimises what is nothing more than a political stunt. That is not a serious piece of legislation, but rather a desperate and dangerous attempt to create yet another culture war, one which will make no practical difference at all, given that there have been annual licensing rounds for most of the past decade, with even the board of the North Sea Transition Authority expressing a unanimous view that this legislation is not needed. So the amendments I have tabled are designed to expose the falsehoods that have been told by the government in attempting to justify new fossil fuel extraction in the midst of a climate emergency. First, that new oil and gas licences can in any way be compatible with delivering our climate targets. And second, that propping up oil and gas can possibly be in the interests of workers rather than genuinely engaging with the need for a just transition and the practicalities of how that's delivered. So first, turning to my Amendments 2 and 3, which taken together would insert a new climate test into the bill, alongside the government's carbon intensity test and the net importer test, which, as we know, are not so much robust assessments as they are free par pollute. The climate test is very simple and would only be met in a given year if the IPCC IPCC finds that current global fossil fuel infrastructure will not emit more greenhouse gas emissions than is compatible with limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees. Now, that critical threshold is apparently the government's supposed North Star, according to the words of the Climate Minister, a threshold which, as we all know, was actually passed for the first time across the entirety of last year. But I would therefore hope that he will support this amendment, which would ensure that proposed licensing rounds don't undermine global efforts to secure a safe and livable planet for the future and to keep that North Star shining. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the UN Production Gap report has warned that governments already plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuel in 2030 than would be consistent with limiting heating to 1.5 degrees. And if we look at what the IPCC themselves have said, the Sixth Assessment Report was clear, and I quote, that projected CO2 emissions from existing fossil fuel infrastructure without additional abatement would exceed the carbon budget for 1.5 degrees. Closer to home, the Climate Change Committee observed in their latest progress report that, and again I quote, expansion of fossil fuel production is not in line with net zero. And regardless of the claims from honourable members opposite that the UK will continue to need some oil and gas up to 2050, to again use the words of the Climate Change Committee, I quote, this does not in itself justify the development of new North Sea fields. Indeed, last month, their interim chair, Professor Piers Foster, was forced to correct the Chancellor on this front, reiterating that, and I quote, UK oil and gas consumption needs to fall by over 80% to meet UK targets. Now, this is especially critical because, as I reiterated in the second reading debate, the UK does not operate in a vacuum, and issuing more licences in the wake of COP28, which saw agreement to transition away from fossil fuels, will encourage other governments to go against the spirit of that commitment also. This is doubly the case given the UK's historic responsibility for the climate crisis, which requires us to show leadership now in modelling the transition away from fossil fuels, not doubling down on the very thing that is driving planetary breakdown. Because more UK production will not displace extraction elsewhere, it will fuel it and support a larger global market. And however much ministers seek to distort the truth, planetary boundaries cannot be appeased by warm words. And as the UN Secretary-General said at the opening of COP28, the 1.5 degree limit is only possible if we ultimately stop burning all fossil fuels, not reduce, not abate, phase out. So moving on to my second test, the Just Transition Plans test, as set out in Amendments 13 and 14. And frankly, I'm sick and tired of the government using oil and gas workers as an excuse to issue new licences, pretending that no transition is the same as a just transition, and ignoring the fact that failing to act now actually leaves those workers and communities worse and in the lurch later on. Because the choice that we are facing is between a managed and fair, worker-led transition now or chaos later on when the reality of the climate crisis bites more fiercely and when projects in the North Sea are no more than stranded assets, leaving communities once again left behind and hollowed out. Indeed, Offshore Energies UK themselves observed in their 2023 Workforce Insight Report that the time to act is now, that there is a crucial window of opportunity for the work between 2024 and 2028, going on to say that this is when the UK supply chain capacity can be sustained and that the transferability of the offshore energy workforce can be optimised.
Because I'm very familiar with the report she just quoted. Does she recognise that what Offshore Energies UK are referring to with that Goldilocks zone, as I've heard it described, is the point at which we need to make the maximum benefit of the skills, supply chains and technologies that currently exist in the oil and gas industry so that we can make the best use of those skills to deliver net zero?
The best way we make use of those skills is by making sure that we put resources behind those workers so that they can make the transition, which so many of them want to do, into renewables. Right now, those workers are actually having to pay to make that transition themselves. They have to pay for the training. I've put an amendment to a previous piece of legislation on education and training, which would have tried to have made it much less onerous for oil and gas workers to shift into, say, the renewable sector. We need to have those plans and we need the resources behind it to make it a lot easier than it is today. The result and the reality is that the number of jobs in the oil and gas sector has already dropped by more than half over the past decade, despite hundreds of drilling licences being issued. So the Just Transition Plan test would be met in a year if the Oil and Gas Authority assesses that all existing seaward area production licence holders have published their just transition plans for their workforce that are compatible with limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees. It specifies that those plans must be agreed through formalised collective agreements with unions, that they apply to all workers, whether they are directly or indirectly employed, or indeed self-employed, something which is vital given the heavy casualisation in the oil and gas workforce. Indeed, a report in 2020 revealed a high level of concern about job security and working conditions in the oil and gas industry, and that 80% of surveyed workers would consider moving to a job outside of that particular sector. Furthermore, given the opportunity to retrain in order to work elsewhere in the energy sector, more than half would already be interested in renewables and offshore wind. Workers are ready to lead a just transition, and yet a more recent report revealed that whilst companies are increasingly announcing net zero targets, there is no example in the UK oil and gas sector of worker involvement in decision-making on decarbonisation. That has to change. This amendment would be a step towards delivering a just transition that would see workers at the centre of transition planning with a clear and accessible pathway out of high-carbon jobs. Rather than propping up jobs that we know are not going to exist in the future, the government should be actively supporting workers to transition out of the oil and gas sector now, whilst also addressing their very real concerns, such as I mentioned, the cost of retraining, which is often borne by workers themselves, or indeed the inferior employment protections offshore, which can lead to wage undercutting, and even there are some cases of seafarers working in the offshore wind sector being paid below the minimum wage. That is a scandal. The government should urgently establish a wage floor to apply to all offshore energy workers, regardless of nationality, who are carrying out any work on the UK continental shelf. The failure to deliver a just transition is not an inevitability, but a political choice. And if the government was serious about listening to workers and protecting jobs, then they should have no problem supporting this amendment today, which puts job security at the heart of the transition. Now, I note that the member for Angus has tabled amendments 10 and 11 for a just transition, but I have to say that I do have some serious concerns, however. Firstly, according to the drafting of that amendment, the SNP test is met if the OGA assesses that new licences will support the delivery of the North Sea Transition Deal's emission reduction targets. Yet, as we know, the 50% reduction by 2030, which is in the NSD transition proposal, against a 2018 baseline, is far weaker than the 68% reduction recommended by the Climate Change Committee, in which they say is achievable. It's important to note as well that this only includes Scope 1 and 2 emission, and therefore fails to take account of emissions that are produced when oil and gas is actually burnt. Secondly, there is no provision to consult workers as part of this test, and therefore, given that it would fail to deliver a worker-led transition and it also exceeds the advice of the CCC, I sadly can't vote for that today. Before concluding, I'd just like to offer my support to a number of other amendments that have been tabled. Firstly, Amendment 12 on banning flaring and venting from the Right Honourable Member for Reading West. As others have mentioned, Norway banned routine flaring back in 1971, giving a lie to the government's claim that UK gas is lower emissions. Second, the amendment from the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North to amend the carbon intensity test to include all gas, not just LNG. Given we import most of our gas from pipeline, it's utterly ridiculous to compare UK production with LNG that is vastly more polluting. Third, amendments 22 and 24 from the...
Would my honourable friend give way?
I would.
Because there's been much debate in this chamber today about the alternative of LNG from Qatar, Dame Rosie. And it seems to me that what it has failed to take into account is whether actually by us being more dependent on LNG from Qatar, that was going to in any way change what Qatar were doing about their own production. And actually it's been recorded that Qatar is going to increase its production by 67% by 2027, which will mean that actually that gas, that LNG is going to be produced. It is going to have those emissions. And us then saying, well, actually, we're going to produce something that might, at the end of the process, have produced less carbon emissions. Much better that we don't produce it at all.
Well, he makes a characteristically very wise and useful point, and it is actually a startling figure, 67%. Yeah, that is deeply worrying. I was talking, Dame Rosie, about Amendments 22 and 24 from the my honourable friend, I hope, for Brighton Kemptown, setting out an energy efficiency test, which, as we all know by now, is the most effective way of delivering real energy security for households who are struggling so much right now to pay their bills. And finally, Amendments 23 and 25, again from the honourable member for Brighton Kemptown, requiring the UK to have made arrangements to withdraw from the Energy Charter Treaty before new licences can be awarded. I think it is just totally unacceptable that the government is mandating annual licensing rounds without having withdrawn from a treaty that allow companies to sue for lost profits. The government previously committed to reviewing the UK's membership of the ECT, including consideration of withdrawal from the treaty if proposed modernisation reforms were not agreed at November's Energy Charter Conference. As I understand it, those proposals weren't even discussed at that conference. So can I ask the Minister, when he sums up, what is holding them up from withdrawing from that treaty, given they acknowledge, and I quote, that there is now no clear route for modernisation to progress? Finally, Dame Rosie, last week it was reported that British gas profits had soared tenfold last year, following the changes Ofgem had made to the price cap. In the same week, government figures showed that almost 9 million households, well over a third, spent more than 10% of their income after housing costs on domestic energy bills. And it was also revealed that not a single new proposal for public onshore wind was made in England last year, despite the government's policy changes. Now, those three examples are all from just one single week, and this week and next week there will be more. And together they demonstrate the utter failure of this government to make decisions that would benefit people and planet, and to unleash our abundant renewables, massively upscale energy efficiency installations, and work to get us off expensive and volatile gas altogether. Instead, each week we see yet more evidence that this tired and divisive government is prioritising increasingly desperate attempts to save its own skin over measures that would improve all of our lives by ensuring that everyone has a warm and comfortable home to live in, that communities have been supported to make the most of the green transition, and that our one precious and infinitely fragile planet is finally restored.
Neale Hanvey.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. I rise to speak to move Amendment 15 in my name on behalf of the Alba Party. The choice that we face is not between shutting down North Sea oil and gas and carrying on regardless, but how to make its continued exploitation compatible with the environmental challenges and to acknowledge the role that oil can and will play in a sustainable future for the planet. I don't disagree with the four broad objectives of the UK government proposals, and Alba Amendment 15, I think, strengthens those ambitions on energy independence, safeguarding domestic energy supplies, energy security, reducing higher emission imports, protecting domestic oil and gas industry jobs, and working towards a net zero target in a pragmatic and proportionate and realistic way. But I'm not convinced that this bill, or certainly the policy of the government as it's currently being delivered, will meet those ambitions. But if these provisions are to be truly applied to all parts of the UK, as the government state, then Scotland, the source of oil and gas, and whose waters contain the lion's share of carbon storage sites, can't be left out of the action. Depleting Scotland's industrial capacity has increasingly been the direction of travel from this government in recent years, and this strategy will not strengthen the union as they claim they wish to do. They should be aware that eroding our industry and jobs will further drive up support for independence. And they should be aware also that 74% of the Scottish population support domestic oil and gas exploitation, and 54% of the Scottish public support new licences being granted for that purpose. Our amendment, without question, is helpful to all of those ambitions, and indeed others, and should be supported by all sides. They are pragmatic, realistic, responsible, and most importantly, fair. The infrastructure in Scotland is already in place to meet these objectives. In the North East, we have St Fergus and the Acorn project, In my Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency, we have one of 4 cracker plants in Europe at Mossmoran, alongside an LNG plant operated by Exxon and Shell. And at Grangemouth, we have one of the current oil refineries in the UK. And I reference the points made by the member for Banff and Buchan with regards to the environmental impact of exporting oil and gas abroad. That should dissuade the government from even considering closing the refinery at Grangemouth. All of those operations have interconnecting pipelines which are bidirectional, so the infrastructure's all there, and it's completely feasible to transport carbon from Grangemouth and Mossmoran north to St Fergus for offshore storage. In my discussions with the operators in my constituency, I know their carbon reduction teams have been willing and ready to look at the opportunities since I was elected. Exxon have recently made a multi-million investment in Mossmoran, securing its future. And that's particularly relevant to some earlier comments with regard to Amendment 12, with regards to flaring. That was a persistent problem at the Mossmoran plant, where we had an elevated flare that caused light, noise, vibration, pollution, not to mention the environmental impact of the flaring. And that investment has reduced flaring significantly, and it should be something that all plants seriously consider to reduce the impact on the communities and the environment around the plants. Exxon, that investment from Exxon is well in excess of the modest amount that's required to keep Grangemouth going. It's multi-million-pound investment and significantly more than what's required to keep the refinery operating at Grangemouth. So engagement with industry is absolutely essential if you really want to build confidence, as the government claim they want to do. But the glacial speed of UK and Scottish government on carbon capture in particular has been hampered by the Scottish Green Party's resistance and calls for the wholesale closure of Mossmoran, and that has limited progress in that regard. But the capacity for carbon capture and storage in Scottish waters is enormous. According to the UK Carbon Capture and Storage Research Community, it's been estimated that the UK has 16 to 20 gigatons in abandoned hydrocarbon fields and an enormous 19 to 716 gigatons worth of storage capacity in saline aquifers, and most of which are in Scotland's territorial waters. This is enough to store carbon worth 500 years of the UK annual emissions. And of course we expect those emissions to go down year on year. But carbon capture and storage is vital to the UK reaching its net zero ambitions by 2050, but it must be separated or captured from the flue gas before it can be geologically stored. Currently there are 3 main methods: post-combustion, pre-combustion and oxy-fuel combustion, but these technologies have great opportunity to advance responsible environmental exploitation of North Sea oil and gas. But that requires ongoing in-field development, R&D through university and industrial partnerships, and the development of world-class engineering expertise. Scotland, and I would extend that to the UK, should be in the vanguard of global development, but we're not. My honourable friend from East Lothian will make later further points with regards to the economic, industrial and environmental case in support of the modest investment in retaining the Grangemouth plant, and it has done so in the past. But not least the carbon footprint, as was referenced by the member for Banff and Buchan, the carbon footprint of offshoring refinery activity should exclude that as any serious option. Over £300 billion in current money, in today's money, has flowed from the North Sea into the UK Treasury since the oil taps were turned on, and under the coming years, billions more will be raised. Successive UK governments since 2005 have betrayed North Sea workers by dragging their feet on carbon capture, and even now, even though we have the welcome green light to the St Fergus Acorn project, it's merely an invitation for finance, not a firm commitment to invest. Yet the potential and credible success of large-scale carbon capture is greater in the North Sea geology than in any other oil province, as Equinor has already demonstrated with the Spleenair field. Carbon capture can be at the heart of an energy revolution in Scotland, but it requires the political will, the investment to make it happen, and is wholly at the mercy of Westminster. Support for this amendment would bring... I will give it.
I'm reluctant to give way because some really interesting points, many of which I actually agree with. But I have had a burning question. His point about the amount of storage we have in the North Sea, well, right around the UK, is more than we've actually, or equivalent to more than we've actually produced out of the North Sea. So we must absolutely take advantage of that. But my question to him is, in his amendment, he refers to specific field commitments or specific licence conditions for specific fields being tied in with having a net zero effect with carbon capture and storage. And given that he's already explained that carbon capture and storage is taken off typically the flue gas from likes of Mossmoran in his constituency or Peterhead Power Station in mine, how does he make that link between offshore exploration licences and the resultant carbon capture, which would be way down the production line?
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for that point, because it is really important. I mean, if you are serious, as many of these operators are, in exploiting the resource, not just in Scottish waters or in the UK, but in other countries, and other countries can leverage those types of concessions when they grant licences, then there's no serious argument for the UK to make. The UK government to make that they can't do that. Now, one of the refrains that we got during the Brexit debate was the reclaiming of national sovereignty. That was one of the reasons, and one of the most limiting factors in terms of the conditionality of job creation with regards to renewables, for example, was that contracts for difference in the European rules prevented that conditionality being applied to the granting of oil, renewable and other licences. And if the UK now has that sovereignty, then why not use that sovereignty to make sure that the communities that are part of the supply line get some form of benefit out of this process? And one of the most obvious benefits is to reduce at source, through a levy on any licence, the carbon footprint of the exploitation of that resource. That would seem to be a very reasonable expectation, and certainly that's one that we feel is absolutely essential in going forward with the granting of any future licences. But this change to legislation would require that net carbon footprint licence condition, as we've just discussed, on exploration, and do so by making a specific field commitment, as we just said. This would be achieved mainly through connection to the carbon capture network. The prize is to be a world leader in research and development with an economy built on energy and renewable energy, of which Scotland has an absolute abundance. The UK government's dither and delay on Acorn has gone on for far too long. It's time for Scots members on the government benches and their government colleagues to back a secure future for Scotland's North Sea oil and gas sector, and to back this amendment. Thank you, Dame Rosie.
Wera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. This February is on course to break an unprecedented number of heat records, and the dangers of failing to reach net zero are staring us in the face. This bill flies in the face of our climate change commitments. It will do nothing to secure energy security, nothing to lower energy bills, and we Liberal Democrats continue to be opposed to it. I will just mention two amendments where we Liberal Democrats have tabled amendments in the past, and therefore we are strongly in support of them. The bill is currently silent about methane and needs amending. We therefore strongly support new clause 12 to prevent methane flaring. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas with 80 times the warming effect of CO2. It accounts for 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It's often been seen as a quick win. Methane stays much less long in the atmosphere, but it's still there. And in fact, reducing methane emissions is just such an obvious thing to do. The UK has signed a global pledge to cut methane levels by 30%, and a ban on oil and gas flaring and venting in the North Sea would dramatically reduce methane emissions. The International Energy Agency that says that oil and UK oil and gas operators could reduce methane emissions by over 70% through tackling venting, flaring and leaking. This is supported by the Environmental Audit Committee and the government's commissioned independent review of net zero. However, the government's current track record is not good enough. In his last few days in office, the former Energy Secretary unconditionally approved the new Affleck oil and gas fields. Its operators will now be able to burn methane until 2037. We must also mandate monthly leak detection and repairs activities. All of those we have said in the past, and it continues to be incomprehensible to me why the government, while saying one thing on one hand, but not acting on the other. We must do something about methane, and as I said before, it is a complete dereliction of duty if we don't support that amendment. The other amendment that I want to talk to is new clause 23, which would insert a new energy charter test. Many of my constituents have voiced their strong concerns about that we continue to be part of that, which would mean if the UK has made arrangements to withdraw from the Energy Charter Treaty. As it stands, remaining in the treaty leaves the UK vulnerable to compensation claims from investors for the early closure of coal, oil and gas plants. Attempts to modernise the ECT to protect countries from libel and to drive investment in renewables have failed. Denmark, France, Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Spain and the Netherlands have all announced their intention to withdraw, and Italy withdrew back in 2016. Why should we not join them? And this amendment provides a vehicle to do that. Dame Rosie, it is absolutely incomprehensible that we have to discuss this bill anyway. This is a bad bill, but the amendment that I've just mentioned would make a bad bill a little better. Thank you.
Barry Gardiner.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. I wish to speak primarily to Amendment 13 and 14, but I also am very supportive of the amendments tabled by the Right Honourable Member for North Devon, for Reading West, for Brighton, Kemptown and of course Brighton Pavilion. But may I begin by paying tribute to the newly elected member for Kingswood, whose electoral victory shows that parties with ambitious climate policies win elections, and those who choose to pursue culture wars are punished at the ballot box. A lesson I hope the government can learn in relation to this bill, which is a textbook example of performative politics. We know that this bill will not secure British energy independence. We know that this bill will not help to meet UK or global climate targets. We know, because the Energy Secretary told us so herself, that this bill will not lower energy bills. Yet here we are today debating this bill instead of focusing our minds and time on real solutions which will accelerate the energy transition that is already happening all around us. An energy transition which is not only underpinned by a strong scientific consensus to address climate change, but also founded in a mission to make energy affordable and unleash new economic opportunities across Britain, particularly in the regions left behind by previous energy transitions. I want to pay tribute to all of the workers in oil and gas who help to keep Britain's lights on. It's their hard work over many, many years which powers our country, and it is their skills which are going to be essential in making Britain a clean energy superpower. And that's why we must respect those workers and why we ought to be truthful with them. They deserve no less than that. And we in the labour movement remember only too well what happens when communities are faced with the sudden loss of jobs. We remember the closure of the pits and the communities that were left with nothing because government had failed to put in place genuine alternatives, failed to put in place a just transition. I know that British exceptionalism is almost an article of faith, a mantra with this government, but being the first country that sells the last drop of oil is not a feasible strategy. Not just because the world signed up to transition away from fossil fuels at COP28, but because the North Sea is a declining basin that is nearly empty. New licenses between now and 2050 will only provide 103 days worth of gas. That's just 4 days of gas every year. Saying we will expand oil and gas licenses in a declining basin and pretending that this will make any real difference to jobs in the North Sea is nothing short of dishonest. It may give people campaigning material to pretend otherwise, but people's livelihoods are more important than political game playing, and we ought to stick to the facts. It is a fact that this government has, for the past 14 years, sustained support for new North Sea drilling, that in the past decade it's handed out 400 new drilling licenses across 5 separate licensing rounds. Yet it's also a fact that over 200,000 jobs in and around the wider oil and gas industry have been lost in that very same time period. Because no matter where you look, whether it's the UK Climate Change Committee, the North Sea Transition Deal, EY, Transition Economics, or elsewhere, the projections are the same. There will be further decline in oil and gas employment. In fact, research by the University of Aberdeen has found that the decline of oil and gas is already visible in places like Aberdeen and cannot be reversed, they say, regardless of new licensing or other attempts to bolster the oil and gas industry. An honest bill would set out the facts clearly and seek to manage that transition, not to ignore it. Of course, I happily give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I felt almost obliged to intervene at that point, if only to totally agree with what the Honourable Member just said. The Aberdeen University study specifically relates to the decline over previous decades. We have lost a lot of workers in the industry, not just because of the decline in production, but because of new technology and desire to actually remotely operate offshore platforms in the interest of safety. So there has been that decline. But what I think the Honourable Member seems to be missing is we're not talking about a return to the glory days of peak production in the late 90s, but in managing that decline, not just so we manage the decline in reference to how much energy we need from it, but also to promote, as was mentioned earlier, that Goldilocks period of when we need to make the most of the skills and technologies we have in that industry to be able to make the most of them and maximise them into the renewable future.
The Honourable Gentleman's absolutely right to say that we must manage the decline, but we must manage the decline in the community's livelihood. And that's not necessarily the same thing. And that's why, by making sure that we have a just transition, by introducing the support for the retraining and the skills that is outlined in the amendments which I'm supporting here today, he will find that his constituents and many others around the country are able to much better weather that decline and prepare for the sort of future that we want to see. This bill, unfortunately, does the opposite. It ignores the 30,000 hard-working people directly employed in today's oil and gas industry and the further 100,000 individuals supported throughout the supply chain. It provides, I believe, false hope. It sends confusing signals to energy companies, to investors, and to the global community, and indeed unions and the workers that they represent. It pretends that nothing needs to change, that business can continue as usual, and that jobs in oil and gas are safe. This government is acting as if maxing out the North Sea can happen indefinitely, or at least until it is no longer in office, and therefore doesn't have to pick up the pieces. Amendment 14 sets out the need for formalised collective agreements with unions and the workforce to create just transition plans. Now, in Spain, we've seen what can be achieved when governments, businesses, workers and unions come together. The Just Transition Agreement negotiated by the current Spanish government with affected workers, unions and businesses is popular, it's economically responsible, and it is environmentally sound. It's a settlement for all involved. This is the approach that I believe ought to be taken in the North Sea. The region needs a new setup, one where there is an increase in domestic manufacturing, one where a new generation of renewables, such as green hydrogen, turbocharge employment in energy-intensive industries, where the technology of CCUS and the UK's unique storage capacity for sequestering carbon can provide a new service that is exportable to the world, where the benefits of the energy system are shared fairly, where jobs are truly safe and secure. And above all, where those communities who were once the proud purveyors of our fossil fuel energy become our proud sequesters of the world's emissions and the champions of the renewable powerhouse of the future. Before I conclude, Dame Rosie, I want to mention one further spurious reason the government has put forward as a justification for this bill. That is that it stops us from being dependent on oil and gas from dictatorial regimes such as Russia. Yesterday in the House, my right honourable friend, the member for Barking, pointed out a loophole in our sanctions regime means that countries such as China and India import Russian crude oil, process it, and then sell it into the UK as refined oil. In 2023, we imported 5.2 million barrels of that oil. That means we sent something like £141 million in tax revenue to the Kremlin's war chest. Britain is also the biggest insurer of Russian oil moved by sea, most of which is sold at prices well above the price cap, again violating sanctions. If the government really wanted to stop such dependence, they know how to tighten the sanctions regime, but they do not. Today, I won't vote for this 20th century piece of legislation that instructs this House to look backwards and not forwards. I won't vote to make Britain colder and poorer. I won't vote to increase flooding. I will not vote to leave communities and workers behind. I'll not vote to lock in volatile fossil fuels into our already broken energy system. Sadly, we must wait for a future Parliament, and I trust a future government. And I look forward to working across the House in pursuit of those goals.
I rise to support the Amendment 15 in my colleague from Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath's name, and in particular Part B relates to Grangemouth. There is something perverse and absurd if Scottish oil is going to be used and yet Scotland's refinery is going to close. Yeah. I do believe that we have to transition. It has to be a just transition, which cannot just be a glib phrase. It's also something that has to be paced because we cannot get there overnight. In my constituency of East Lothian, you can see the turbines on the Lammermuirs and you can see the turbines growing on a daily basis along with the columns as the offshore wind capacity comes. But we require fossil fuels to be able to deliver that renewable capacity. We require the diesels for the trucks. We require the marine diesel for the ships that are setting the columns and turbines. We require the plastics, in particular, that go with much of it. So we require to continue using oil and exploiting it to get to that renewable future. But what we have to do is to do so at a pace that's appropriate, but also ensure that our country benefits. And that's why Clause B in my colleague's name is so important. There is something perverse that in Scotland We have a nation that is energy rich and that people face fuel poverty. In my own constituency, we are not seeing the benefits coming from employment that should be coming with a county that is so energy rich and faces that same problem that Scotland does of being energy rich and yet being able to look wistfully at the turbines on or offshore and being unable to pay your bills. We have to ensure that we get jobs and work here. The refinery at Grangemouth is pivotal to that. It has been there for a century. I grew up not in East Lothian but in West Lothian. It's been there for a century because the initial precursor for Grangemouth refinery wasn't North Sea oil. It was the shale industry that was centred in particular in West Lothian, from which BP came with Paraffin Young and others. So BP was the centrepiece, along with ICI, until we now have had various iterations in its Petro Ineos. But that refinery has been there since 1924, initially dealing with the shale industry, but once North Sea oil was discovered, we used it for North Sea oil, and that is why the Forties pipeline that comes in from the North Sea comes ashore at Cruden Bay and is then piped down to Grangemouth because it was meant to be refined there. It's also capable of refining from elsewhere because there's also a pipeline that runs from Finnart in Argyll through to Grangemouth that allows for oil to be imported from abroad and to be refined in Scotland. And yet we face this situation that unless we support this amendment in my colleague's name, then we are going to see the likelihood that Grangemouth refinery will close. Because although the spat has been going on between Labour and Tory and SNP and Labour and Tory about the North Sea and about its oil, there has been nothing or little said about what's happening at Grangemouth. The threat has been growing, and in inverse proportions there has been actions from both the government here and indeed the government in Scotland, by all means.
To the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'm sure he'll have heard me reference Grangemouth and its future in my contribution. I support his ambition to maintain a hydrocarbon future at Grangemouth as long as it can be economically and environmentally sustained. Does he agree with me, though, when I raised Grangemouth in my speech, that in order to prevent this self-same jeopardy that's facing the workers at Grangemouth just now from ever re-emerging, that we need to make sure that we get sustainable aviation fuel, biofuels and hydrogen as an integral part of the output of Grangemouth, and make sure that that overlaps with hydrocarbons and then leaves those hydrocarbons behind?
Well, from my discussions both with the shop stewards, indeed with the union, something that the Scottish Government may wish to follow in the lead and not brush them off with very cursory meetings, we do want to get to biofuel strategy for Grangemouth. But let's be quite clear, that is some significant time in the future. Unless we act now, this refinery could close in 2025. Biofuels won't be getting refined in Grangemouth or anywhere else in 2025. So yes, we do want to get to, and the shop stewards and the union wish us to get to biofuels, and Grangemouth must be declared as a hub for that. But to be able to survive until then, what we have to do is to ensure that it is a refinery, not simply a terminal, and that we maintain those skills, which comes on to the point I want to make. It is absurd that we will continue to exploit Scotland's oil and yet Scotland's refinery will close. There's just something perverse about that. Scotland will be the only major oil-producing nation in the world. We are ranked at number 21, along with the UK, of the top 25 oil producers. We will be the only one that doesn't have a refinery capacity. That will put us along with nations that produce less oil, but that are largely developing countries. We'll join the club hosted by the likes of the Republic of Congo or Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm sure they're lovely countries I've never visited. But they are not a developed nation with an industrial economy, and yet the danger is we will be becoming a developing nation in terms of our industrial base and the refinery there. Because it's not simply the refinery. The jobs there are important. 500 could go, thousands of contractors, but it's a cluster. That's why I talked about the BP ICI, because ICI clustered next to where BP refined. Petro Ineos and others now do it, but we have to maintain that. So first of all, it's fundamentally wrong that Scotland should, as a nation, lose its refinery capacity. Secondly, it's also absurd in this world in which we are seeing rocket attacks upon maritime vessels that we risk energy security. Because, yes, some of the oil that would be going in and out of, whether it's the Clyde, as I'll come on to, or indeed the River Forth, wouldn't necessarily be subject to attack by Houthis, but your energy security is lessened if you do not have A, your own oil, and B, produce your own oil. And let's remember that 70% of Scotland's filling stations are provided by Grangemouth, and that also the entirety of Scotland's aviation, not just international flights, because in Scotland domestic flights to Ireland and remote communities are vital as well, are threatened. We would have no control over that, no impact upon it. So energy security dictates it. The economy also dictates it. The loss of skills. This has happened in previous industrial closures, such as the coal mines or indeed at Ravenscraig. We've got to remember that it's not just the current generation who lose those jobs. I grew up many years ago now, not far from where Grangemouth is. People left school, and if they didn't go to the BP or the pits, a lot of them went to the BP ICI. Petroenios and indeed the predecessors there actually trained a lot of people who have skills in industries that we require, even if they only worked there for a few months after they had done their apprenticeship. So this is a loss of skills not simply for one generation, it's a loss for future generations, and it's a loss to a country that badly requires skilled labour because we have a shortage of skilled labour. And the young workforce there, they know that there won't be alternative employment to nip along the M9 or the M8. Many of them will either have to go south or they'll have to go abroad. Our nation will lose as a result of that. The economic devastation, there are arguments over the extent of it. I think the 4% put by Petroenios was too high, but it's certainly approaching 1% of the Scottish GDP. That would be lost to be replaced by coming a terminal, not a refinery. That is simply unacceptable. So there's the economic argument, but there's also the environmental argument. And that's where those who oppose the continued use of refining have to bear in mind. I have people say, oh, well, the emissions at Grangemouth are dreadful. Well, having grown up there, yes, there are emissions, but indeed, as I say, the plant has taken actions, but the footprint will be worse. I did some research, and the House of Commons Library was very supportive of my researcher. What we're going to do is to replace the emissions that would come from the refinery at Grangemouth, to replace them and supersede them gargantuanly by bringing in super tankers in and out. Oil will go out that comes ashore at the Grangemouth from the Forties pipeline to be brought back in by another super tanker to be sold in Scotland. We face the ignominy of having lost the skilled jobs, then having to pay a premium for the oil we import, and we'll get the emissions that will be, as I come on to, Dame Rosie, significant. Because these super tankers, people have seen the quotations of just how much emissions come from a cruise liner in comparison to a private car, indeed thousands, if not tens of thousands of private cars. It's exactly the same for a super tanker. The average super tanker uses 20,000 gallons of marine diesel every day. And we're going to increase the number of ships going out and the number of ships coming in. And it's not just in the Firth of Forth, because we'll be importing into Finnart in Argyll, because that's part of the plan, having lost the refinery capacity. So the bonny banks of the Clyde will not be so bonny when super tankers are coming in. And what about the consideration of the risk? Because I did ask a parliamentary question, but there doesn't seem to have been any risk. What about the environmental risk of increased traffic on the Firth and the Clyde if there's both spillage or indeed an accident with a vessel? We don't want to be another Alaska. No. Ships do have to come in and out, but at the end of the day, when you've got a refinery capacity, you should use it and you should maximise it. You do so because it guarantees economic security, it retains the economic base of an industrial and developed country, and it's environmentally more sensible to ensure that you refine it there with reduced emissions than spewing out a carbon footprint in super tankers going hither and thither, out of the Firth and Clyde, around the UK and indeed around the whole of Northern Europe, if not beyond. It is on that basis that it's about time that we committed into statute that Scotland's oil will be refined in Scotland's refinery. Our workers, our country, can expect no less. It is not a great deal of money that is being sought. We're only talking about tens of millions to provide the hydro cracker that will increase the profitability threefold, which the member for Angus should take into account, because if we don't get that hydro cracker going, We won't have a plant by the time biofuels are getting brought into consideration. It's for that basis that the £6.1 billion that the UK government will get in receipts from the North Sea, a modest, modicum, a fraction, must be put into ensuring that Petro-Ineos or our successor remain in Grangemouth.
Hear, hear.
Minister Graham Stuart.
Thank you, Dame Rosie, and it's a pleasure to take part in the debate this afternoon, which I think has been wide-ranging, well-informed and genuinely interesting. Can I thank members from across the House for their participation and playing an important role in scrutinising this important piece of legislation. Before I move on to specific amendments, I will, if you allow me, Dame Rosie, briefly outline the importance of this bill. The UK leads the world on tackling climate change and is the first major economy to halve emissions. This bill will protect jobs, tax receipts and sovereign capability so we can continue that world leadership. As one of the world's most decarbonised major economies, the UK remains dependent on oil and gas and will be, albeit in reducing amounts, according to the Climate Change Committee. Even when we're at net zero in 2050, we will require oil and gas. But we're a net importer, Dame Rosie, and UK production, as has been discussed, is falling fast. The Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North's ambition to destroy UK supply ignores industry, the unions and, of course, his own backbenchers, and would simply replace UK oil and gas with higher emission imports. That's at the heart of this. That's why we're legislating for this, because we have parties opposite saying as their policy, with respect to the Honourable Member for Doogan, the Honourable Member for Angus, who's a little confused, but otherwise the parties opposite are very clear that they want to end new licensing, and thus we will have to import more from abroad. It's as simple as that. And that will mean more LNG, which has 4 times the embedded emissions of domestically produced gas. That is the reality. That's at the heart of the bill. That's why it's so important that we legislate today, so we send a signal to industry that continued production of fast declining production in the North Sea is the right thing to do environmentally, economically, in terms of tax, on every front. If it wasn't, we shouldn't and wouldn't do it. Annual licensing will improve our... I'll make a little more progress. Annual licensing will improve our energy security and annual licensing will improve our energy security and that of our neighbours. It will support 200,000 jobs and safeguard billions in tax revenue. And it will safeguard, as my honourable friend, a member for Banff and Buchan set out so well, it will safeguard the skills needed for successful energy transition. And you can listen to everything from Offshore Energies UK to Robert Gordon University to find evidence of the need that these two, they're not in tension, they actually mutually complement each other and need to be supported. I will come to the honourable gentleman, I promise, before I finish. Turning to the amendments selected today, I would first like to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Reading West, for Amendment 12 on flaring and venting. Now, guidance from the NSTA has been discussed is clear that all new developments should be planned on the basis of zero routine flaring and venting. And the government is already committed to ending routine flaring and venting by 2030, going further than the World Bank's zero routine flaring initiative. And that voluntary North Sea transition deal is reaping rewards. Based on the latest data, North Sea flaring is down 50% since 2018, and the sector is on track to deliver the 2030 target. I fear that legislating in this way risks replacing voluntary momentum with a slower, compliance-based, more resistant approach from industry. But, Dame Rosie, if I may, I will continue to engage with my right honourable friend as this bill moves to the other place, with a view to delivering the end of flaring and venting by 2030 at the latest, which I know is something he and I jointly share as an ambition, and the government does too. Let me, with that, I hope if he hasn't lost his mojo in his moment, I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way, and no, I wouldn't lose my mojo on this. Given that we all know that there is 110% more oil and gas already in the world than we can use if we're to maintain within the 1.5 degree threshold, does he think that the climate change really cares, that the climate really cares where that oil and gas is actually used? Or because his argument about imports implies that he does believe that the atmosphere cares. The damage will be done, and therefore the only way we can reduce the impact of that damage is by ensuring that the additional exploration licenses that he is proposing are not actually achieved.
Thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Of course, he's taken a long and deep interest in this issue, and I pay respect to that. It's the burning of oil and gas that is the primary issue. Whatever, 110%, we've probably got 200, 300, 400%. There are countries setting out massively to increase their production. That is all driven by demand. Absolutely. If we are, as a species, as a globe, to get to net zero, we are going to have to cap wells all over the world. We're going to have to leave it in the ground. So the most important thing is to make sure that your demand curve is going in the right direction, precisely. And the biggest challenge for the UK, despite all the issues, all the challenges and difficulties of maintaining our role as the leading major economy in cutting emissions, our biggest challenge to deal with climate change isn't domestic, despite the difficulty of that. It's to get others to join us on a net zero pathway. And the idea that producing our own emissions to ever lower standards and replacing that with higher emissions product from abroad is for the birds. It makes no sense. I'm going to press on. I now turn to I think I'm unlikely, given his previous performance, I don't mean to be rude, to be terribly afeard of hearing from the member for Angus. I now turn to a series of amendments that seek to place conditions on when oil and gas licensing rounds are run. Amendment 15 relates to carbon capture, usage and storage and the Grangemouth refinery. The oil and gas sector provides a significant portion of all investment that the UK needs going into wind, CCUS and hydrogen. And this amendment, I fear, would drive that investment elsewhere. It would also tie UK production of oil and natural gas to the refining activities of one refinery, Grangemouth, which I'm sure members across the House would agree is neither practical nor desirable. Amendments 22 and 24 would result in an inconsistent approach between oil and gas licensing and our ambition for domestic energy efficiency. The government already has a clear aim for as many homes as possible to reach EPC Band C by 2035, where cost-effective, affordable and practical. This is the minimum standard required effectively to replace fossil fuel boilers with low-carbon heating, such as heat pumps. In respect of Amendments 23 and 25, we're already reviewing our Energy Charter Treaty membership, as we're concerned there is no longer a clear route for modernisation, and we'll update the House in due course. Moving to new Clause 2 from my honourable friend for North Devon. Work is already underway, and she's so right to highlight the importance of getting the strategic coexistence between different uses while maintaining environmental protection. She's absolutely right to highlight that's important. Work is already underway to ensure we strike the right balance between our different marine priorities. The soon-to-be commissioned Strategic Spatial Energy Plan and Cross-Government Marine Spatial Prioritisation Programme will ensure, exactly as she rightly outlines, that we take a strategic approach to identifying future sites for marine developments and energy infrastructure, and that these can coexist with our environmental and wider marine priorities. And I appreciate what my honourable friend is seeking to achieve and would like to assure her that the government shares her desire to protect the marine environment, not least, of course, Dame Rosie, in the Celtic Sea. I now move to amendments that seek to add or amend the tests in the bill. Amendments 2, 3, 13 and 18 seek to add an additional climate test to the bill. The UK produces far less oil and gas than we need. And even with new licences, production is expected to decline faster than the average globally required to align with UN 1.5 degree C pathways. All this test would do is stop licensing and increase dependence on imported products like LNG, which has 4 times higher production emissions than domestically produced gas. The Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North knows this. He must. So what, other than ideology and a desire to please his Just Stop Oil backers, could lead him to table an amendment that could raise emissions, lose British jobs and hammer our economy? Truly, Dame Rosie, it's a mystery. I'll give way to mine.
Speech is the reality that reducing reliance or reducing producer emissions in this country only to increase reliance on imported consumer emissions is entirely counterproductive for the environment and very damaging in terms of public support for the direction of travel.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. That's the absurdity. The ending licences will simply increase our imports. It won't change our consumption. And if those imports, like LNG, have higher emissions embedded in them, they are counter to our net zero aims. I now turn to Amendments 8 and 9, which together add a new energy and job security test to the bill. This test, with its complex set of criteria, would damage investor confidence and cause confusion for industry, risking our energy security, jobs and the skills and investment needed for the green transition we all want to see. It would make as opaque as the Honourable Member for Angus's answers to straightforward questions were earlier, our system of administration of this area. Amendments 10, 11, 13 and 14 introduce additional just transition tests to this bill. We are absolutely clear on the importance of achieving a net zero basin by 2050 and are on track to deliver this. We need the skills, expertise and resources of the oil and gas industry to support our transition to cleaner technologies, maintaining oil and gas jobs so they aren't lost before renewables and other clean technologies grow to take up those skills. Amendments 19 and 20 would alter the proposed carbon intensity test to include an assessment of all imported natural gas. Providing the buffer source of supply last winter, liquefied natural gas, LNG, is critical to meeting supply and demand fluctuations. Despite the expected fall in gas demand and continued North Sea production in both the UK and Norway, we are going to become more reliant on LNG imports, which are, as I've said, 4 times more polluting than producing our own gas. If we produce less domestically, we import more LNG. It's very simple, and why a comparison with LNG is the right one to make. Amendment 21 would require the Secretary of State to report on how the carbon intensity test would be affected by including gases other than CO2. International initiatives are underway to expand the scope of emissions monitoring data, so if and when those efforts bear fruit, we can use the power which is in Section 4 of the bill to amend the test and bring in other greenhouse gases, as colleagues across the House have mentioned. Until then, it will not assist Parliament or the public to produce a report about something which isn't realistically possible due to a lack of international emissions monitoring data for gases beyond CO2. And it's just worth saying overwhelmingly the greenhouse gas footprint of our North Sea production is at CO2 and not those other gases. This bill provides certainty for industry to keep investing in ever cleaner, though always declining, UK oil and gas production as we transition to reach net zero. Failing to support this bill could forfeit tens of billions in tax revenues, which the opposition has no plans to replace, any more than it had any idea how to fund its here today, gone tomorrow, maybe it's back again, 28 billion, apparently vital plan, which is no more. It would betray the 200,000 British workers who depend on a healthy oil and gas sector to make a living. And it would mean more reliance on imported LNG with 4 times higher production emissions than domestically produced gas. I'm so grateful, Dame Rosie, to honourable members for the interest they've taken in the bill and the valuable scrutiny that they've brought to it. I hope they are reassured by what I've outlined and that they feel able to withdraw their amendments. And on this basis, I would call on all members of the House to support this bill. Thank you.
Amendment. Sir Alok Sharma.
Thank you, Dame Rosie. I have listened intently, Dame Rosie, to the Minister, and of course I welcome his willingness to work together on this issue of flaring and venting. What I didn't hear from him was the clarity that I wanted, which is that the government would look to introduce an amendment similar to Amendment 12 in the other place. But perhaps that is something that we can discuss before the bill returns to this House, and I'm delighted to see that the Minister is nodding affirmatively. I would just point out, the Dame Rosie, is that even if the government doesn't support a similar amendment in the other House, I'm fairly confident that a similar amendment will be moved and I expect supported in the other place, and then this place will have the opportunity to opine on that particular amendment. So, Dame Rosie, I will not divide the House on this occasion and therefore beg to withdraw Amendment 12.
Is it the wish of the committee that the amendment be withdrawn?
Aye.
Amendment 12 by leave withdrawn. Amendment 10 has been selected for a separate decision. I call Dave Doogan to move the amendment formally.
Formally.
Is that Amendment 10 be made? As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Question is that Amendment 10 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Peter Grant and Kirsty Blackman. Tellers for the noes, Amanda Soloway and Gagan Mohindra. Order.
The ayes to the right, 44. The noes to the left, 285.
The ayes to the right, 44. The noes to the left, 285. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Thank you. Amendment 17 has been selected for separate decision. I call Dr. Alan Whitehead to move the amendment formally.
Wait.
The question is that Amendment 17 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Colin Fletcher and Tonya Antoniazzi. Tell us for the noes, Amanda Soloway and Gargan Mahindra.
Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 226. The noes to the left, 287.
The ayes to the right, 226. The noes to the left, 287. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Clause 1, stand part. The question is that Clause 1, stand part of the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we come to Clause 2, stand part. The question is that Clause 2, stand part of the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order! 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 Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment to the House.
Thank you. Under the order of the 8th of January, we shall now move to third reading of the bill.
Now,
Minister to move third reading, Mr. Graham Stuart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time. It's my great pleasure to thank everyone who's supported the progress of this bill, and I wish firstly to recognise the excellent contributions of members across the House who've engaged closely with this important piece of legislation. I extend my thanks to the speakers on the government benches for their engagement with this bill, and I wish to thank in particular my right honourable friend for Reading West and my honourable friends for North Devon, Waveney and Banff and Buchan for their contributions and excellent points raised during the committee stage debate. Can I also welcome the robust scrutiny from the honourable member for Southampton Test, the honourable member speaking for the Scottish Nationalists, the representatives of the Alba Party and others, and for their participation and commend their efforts to scrutinise the bill too. I also pay tribute to my officials for their work over these last months, as well as the commendable work of Parliamentary Council, the House authorities, parliamentary staff, clerks and doorkeepers. The Offshore Petroleum Licensing Bill will give industry the certainty it needs to continue to invest in the North Sea, to strengthen our energy security and support the transition to net zero. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the UK is leading the world on our journey to net zero emissions, with the fastest reduction in emissions of any major economy, any member of G20 on the planet. In fact, we recently celebrated not only the fulfilment and exceeding the targets of Carbon Budget 6 coming out of the landmark Climate Change Act, but we came up with the fact that we have now officially halved our emissions since 1990, the first major economy on the planet to do so. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, even when we have reached net zero in 2050, oil and gas will still play an important part in meeting our energy needs, as data from the Climate Change Committee shows. Currently, as the most decarbonised major economy in the world, 75% of our primary energy comes from oil and gas. So those who work in the North Sea producing oil and gas, the employees, and there are 200,000 jobs supported by the industry, they shouldn't be ashamed of what they do. It is the demand end. It is our cars, our homes, our factories that we need to change. That is where the challenge lies. Otherwise, Don Quixote-esque, you're tilting at windmills when you try and make our production, when we are a net importer, is the problem, when in fact it's the demand. And the honourable lady from a sedentary position, who couldn't be with us earlier but is very welcome now, asks me, what's the evidence of that? Well, the evidence is that we've cut our emissions more than any other major economy. But I'll give way to the honourable lady.
Anyway, because that wasn't what I was asking him at all. If he's saying it's the demand side of things, where is the national insulation programme to insulate all our homes and reduce demand that way? There isn't one.
The honourable lady, I think, has been present. You may not have been for the last stage of this bill, but she has been present in other debates in this House. I wouldn't claim she was an absentee member. So it's extraordinary that she is unaware of the amazing transformation of insulation in this country since 2010. Is she not aware, Mr Deputy Speaker, is she not aware that in 2010, 14%, just 14% of homes were decently insulated? Today, it is well over 50%. We are spending £6.5 billion in this Parliament and have further committed another £6 billion between 2025 and 2028 precisely to deliver the transformation which she's calling for. And on top of that, we have the eco schemes with obligations on industry as well. That is how we have taken ourselves from the parlous, shameful situation left behind by the party opposite in 2010 to one now with much more still to do, where 50% of homes are decently insulated. I give way to the honourable member for Strangford.
Minister, you were very kind to come to Northern Ireland, to my constituency, to look at one of the potential schemes for sea turbines and the contract for difference scheme. Minister, at that time you indicated that whenever the Assembly is up and running, that the contract for difference scheme would be the responsibility of the Northern Ireland Assembly. You were very keen and eager to assist the Assembly, and I wish to ask the Minister this. Would it be the Minister's intention to contact the Northern Ireland Assembly to ensure that the contract for difference scheme can be promoted? Because I know that your input into that, Minister, will make a big difference. Thank you.
Honourable gentleman, who is a consistent champion not only for his constituents but for the clean transition, and I'm looking forward to meeting the new minister. I think the Minister of the Economy has the energy portfolio in Northern Ireland, and working with him. The Offshore Petroleum Bill, as I say, licensing bill, will give industry the certainty it needs to continue to invest in the North Sea, to strengthen our energy security and support the transition to net zero. The government's position is clear. We should seek to meet continued UK demand for oil and gas as far as possible from the UK's own sources. This means continuing to use the North Sea, a UK success story that has contributed billions of pounds in tax revenue and currently supports an industry of around 200,000 workers. The oil and gas industry, with its strong supply chains, expertise and skills, is vital to driving forward the net zero transition and investment in clean technologies that we need to meet our net zero targets. We want to see the energy transition, and I think we all want to see it delivered in an orderly way that does not risk thousands of these jobs. Artificially reducing our production from the North Sea or banning new licensing would do just that, jeopardising the energy transition, our progress to net zero and our climate leadership, not to mention the billions of pounds in lost tax revenue. This bill is about ensuring a smooth and orderly transition. New licences under this bill will manage the decline in domestic oil and gas production rather than increase production above current levels. And they will give industry certainty, sending a strong signal to support continued investment in the sector, investment that is necessary both for our energy security and to help deliver the energy transition. And I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Dr Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is customary at third reading of a bill to start with some thanks. I would like to thank two groups of people this afternoon, as far as this bill is concerned. Firstly, I would like to thank the civil servants who held their noses and wrote this pile of rubbish to come for this particular House for our consideration. And secondly, I'd like to thank the government for bringing forward this bill, because the bill, as a number of people will know, has led directly to a new Member of Parliament being elected for the Labour Party in Kingswood, following the resignation of the former government climate czar who wrote the Net Zero report, who had this to say about the bill before he resigned. He said, "This bill would in effect allow more frequent new oil and gas licences and the increased production of new fossil fuels in the North Sea. I can no longer condone or continue to support a government that I know is wrong and an action that I know is wrong and will cause future harm." And he then resigned, and the rest is history. So thank you, Minister, for increasing our representation in this chamber by 1 seat. We hope to have a lot more in the very near future, but it's progress. And indeed, the Minister's got form in this. It was the Minister in the adjournment debate some while ago on fracking who effectively bought the the opposition day on fracking. The opposition day on fracking that effectively brought the Truss government down as a result of the various prevarications at that time. So thank you for that. What I don't thank the Minister for, is the completely misleading and almost erroneous way in which he has characterised this bill for the future. It, as a bill, does things that are done already and won't make any change to those things that are done already in terms of licences, and will not suddenly increase confidence across the sector, precisely because of that, because the sector knows that this bill is just a piece of performative theatre. And they know that it does nothing, as the Minister and others have claimed, to cut energy bills or tackle the cost of living or improve our energy security. At a time when people across this country have suffered 2 years of crushing energy costs and an inflationary crisis driven in large part by our significant exposure to gas prices, which we all know by now are set internationally, this bill offers no solutions. And of course the Secretary of State herself admitted it would not cut bills. And Lord Brown, the former CEO of British Petroleum, said, quotes, "It was not going to make any difference to energy security." The board of the North Sea Transition Authority unanimously agreed that the bill is unnecessary and would challenge it, the North Sea Transition Authority, which is responsible for giving licences out at the moment, would challenge its independence. But even though the bill will achieve none of its stated aims, it is far from consequence-free. And this is...
Offshore Energies UK says that if Labour policy is implemented, it could cost 42,000 jobs and £26 billion of economic value to this country. Perhaps you could respond to that consequence.
Well, the first thing is we are talking about what the government is doing at the moment as far as this policy is concerned, and that is what we're concentrating as far as today. We can have another debate, and a much wider debate, I hope, on what the effect of a comprehensive transition policy for North Sea with its associated arrangements for the transition of investment and energy security and worker and job security to the whole North Sea field, and what that looks like in the context of future jobs and future energy security, and the extent to which many people in industry have already said that that is exactly what we need as far as the future of the North Sea is concerned, a declining basin which will not have any great change in terms of its output from these measures that the government is proposing to put in today. But on the other hand, unless urgent action is taken to secure a holistic transition for the North Sea overall, will certainly not have the sort of investment and the sort of future that so many of us want to see as far as the North Sea is concerned overall. So we need to put that overall consideration alongside some of the shorter-term concerns that some people have about what will happen, particularly to the oil and gas industry right this minute. And
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. This has been an extremely crucial issue in the north east of Scotland, particularly this week. Does he think it is a small, short-term problem that 42,000 people in that area, highly skilled workers, could lose their jobs under Labour plans?
Well, firstly, they won't. And secondly, because as far as Labour plans are concerned, and as I have tried to make very clear against some frankly misinformed scaremongering from the government side, that of course the North Sea will continue to produce efficiently and effectively over a very long period of time, and it will, albeit, as we know, the North Sea is presently a very mature field and is in decline over a period of time, and all authorities have said that the proposals that the government is putting forward will make no difference to that overall pattern. So what we are looking at here is how to make sure that the North Sea continues to produce well and efficiently for the oil and gas that we will need for the future in declining amounts, whilst at the same time that economy is transformed over a period of time within that security of production over to new forms of energy for the future. And that will be the big task for the future Labour government, and I'm pleased to see the honourable member is envisaging within a short period of time what the new Labour government is going to have to do. But that's the real long task. That's the real long task as far as the North Sea is concerned. Not to just continue to try and pump every last drop of oil and gas that there is in the North Sea, but to actually give the North Sea a new lease of life in terms of the industries that can come into the North Sea alongside the infrastructure that there already is in the North Sea, and make of the North Sea a new energy powerhouse for the UK in the future.
I can't let that go unchallenged. This letter from Aberdeen Chamber of Commerce to the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Labour Party in the UK, says, if North Sea production is to cease prematurely, a certain outcome of this Labour policy, then our entire energy transition is undermined. This has massive consequences, and I have to say the reaction of the Shadow Minister is quite telling.
Well, that, I think, is rather given away by the first sentence that the honourable member read out. If North Sea production is to cease. North Sea production will not cease. North Sea production will not cease over a long period of time, and Labour is committed to making sure that that production continues at the appropriate level for the maturity of the North Sea basin. That's something that all sensible people understand is to be the case, although it is unfortunate that certain members of the benches opposite pretend it is not the case for their own particular political purposes. Now, right, make some progress. The bill, as I've said, will achieve none of its stated aims, but it is far from consequence-free. And the consequence is that it makes a mockery of our country's commitments to take serious and responsible action on climate change. And that is exactly the point that the former Honourable Member for Kingswood, Chris Skidmore, made in his resignation letter to the government. So that point should not be a partisan point, and indeed it has not been such a partisan point in terms of a number of people on all sides of the House, and there are a number of honourable members of the party opposite who can really see the direction that this short-sighted Prime Minister and the government is going, and want no part of it. Some are trying to make changes to this bill. Some, as I said, or one has resigned. A number of people are working hard to try and make sure that the direction of this government in terms of resigning from our country's climate change commitments, just so recently signed up to in the recent COP, in terms of moving away from oil and gas. That some of them are trying to turn that around. Regrettably, the Prime Minister and the Government and this Minister are not having any part of that. And I am particularly disappointed in terms of the Minister opposite not having any part of it because of his long and honourable commitment to these matters on the international stage over such a long time. The Right Honourable Member for Reading West, the man who led this country's climate negotiations at COP26 in Glasgow, has indeed called the bill smoke and mirrors and a distraction that reinforces the unfortunate perception of the UK's rowing back from climate action. The Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, the former Prime Minister who signed this country's net zero commitment into law and understood, as the current Prime Minister sadly does not, the value of cross-party consensus on the science of climate change, has said that she takes a different view from the government on oil and gas licences and that they will not provide for our energy security. And away from this chamber, every credible independent expert has taken a dim view of this bill. Lord Stern, one of the UK's foremost experts on climate change, whose work has shaped how the world understands the cost of inaction, called the bill a deeply damaging mistake. The reality of the situation is this. The cost of living crisis that we are in is to a large extent caused by our country's deep exposure to the volatile international price of gas. The IMF said this exposure meant the UK was harder hit by the crisis than any other Western nation. And just today, the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit finds that this country spent an additional, in addition to normal spending, $75 billion on gas since the energy crisis began. 4 extra days of gas supply by 2050 cannot possibly make the slightest bit of difference to this price. As I have already highlighted, the Secretary of State herself conceded this point on the very first day that this bill was announced. The supposed arguments on energy security and jobs are similarly flimsy. The reality is, as we have begun to discuss this afternoon, that the North Sea is an extremely mature and declining basin. Gas production will fall by 95% by 2050, even with new licences. The notion that this is a firm basis on which we can build our energy security or protect jobs is clearly absurd. We do, as I have outlined, need a fair and balanced transition for North Sea oil and gas workers that recognises the essential role they will continue to play in operating existing fields, which no one disputes will remain a vital part of our energy mix, and puts them at the heart of our clean energy future. To safeguard the jobs, the skills and the livelihoods of the communities that have been the backbone of our energy system for decades, we need a government with a proper industrial strategy to maximise the low-carbon economic potential of the North Sea. And Labour will create a national wealth fund to invest in low-carbon industries. It will launch a British jobs bonus to ensure that the supply chain benefits of renewable investment finally come to our shores. And it will create a new publicly owned energy company, GB Energy, headquartered in Scotland, to invest in homegrown clean energy and give us real energy independence. That is the answer that the country needs, and that the communities who served as the backbone of our energy system for decades need. Political theatre, whether in Westminster or Holyrood, helps no one and does a disservice to the people looking to us for answers to the very real challenges we all face. Now, the final argument that the government has made in favour of this bill, as it is somehow, as we have also begun to unwrap, a climate-positive piece of legislation. And this argument rests on a series of partial and deliberately gameable tests, as we have discussed in committee, with skewed conditions that only look at a narrow band of emissions, ignoring methane, for example, and only look at production emissions, ignoring the impact of actually burning the fuels we're extracting, only looking at liquefied natural gas, ignoring the fact that the majority of our imports are pipeline delivered. It includes no test whatsoever for oil, which makes up the majority of remaining reserves. And that is why I do have sympathy for civil servants who wrote this bill, who had to squeeze various things into the bill, such as ignoring gas that was coming into pipeline and only having tests against liquefied gas, and ignoring the methane emissions as far as various versions of the arrangements that there are in place for measuring emissions as far as production is concerned. And I was very disappointed that the Minister made no reaction at all this afternoon to that particular point as far as methane is concerned.
Well, the data simply doesn't exist, as I think I set out. It doesn't exist, so you can't make a comparison if the data doesn't exist. We're world leading in having that data, others don't have it. And if you were to make the methane comparison, we're already below the internationally set goal. We have very low methane emissions in the North Sea. And if you were to make the comparison with LNG, which is the buffer fuel, which is why it's the true comparator rather than Norwegian gas, which he's failing to admit, then you would find that methane is emitted as it is shipped, so that the methane story would make it even worse for LNG versus domestically produced fuel. Perhaps he could put that into his argument.
Well, I wouldn't put it so much into my argument, but I'm a little puzzled under those circumstances that the North Sea Transition Authority recently published a fact sheet on precisely this point about the relative emissions of various contributors to gas and oil into the UK, and looked at the contribution from various countries and also the various emission levels of those contributions, and set out how those contributions arise. So I don't know whether the Minister is not quite up to date with what his own North Sea Transition Authority is doing, but perhaps he ought to give that a little look, because he would see that actually the data is there, it does exist, and we can actually draw the sort of conclusions that I drew from this afternoon from that, and indeed a number of other data sources that are coming in on an international basis. So the argument that the marginal unit of gas must always be LNG is simply not correct, because this bill makes no provision whatsoever for the shape of UK gas demand at the point at which the gas is extracted and used. It effectively assumes that our national demand for gas will remain unchanged in perpetuity. When we are in a crisis caused by our reliance on fossil fuels and committed to a net zero transition, that assumption is patently wrong.
I hesitate to intervene again. To suggest that this bill has the assumption that our gas demand remains the same, absolute nonsense. Of course, it's coming right down. We are on a net zero pathway. We're leading the world in it. Our demand is falling fast. It's just that our production will fall even faster. So the honourable gentleman shouldn't mislead the House, and I'm sure he wouldn't want to.
I think I have already indicated that the gas production is predicted to fall by 95% by 2050, and the addition of 1 or 2 licences will not make any difference at all to that precipitate fall in practice. 4 days more worth of gas over the period. So that is the basis of the reason that we say that to actually say that the government is committed to a net zero transition, but at the same time producing large amounts of additional gas and oil is patently wrong. We should be sprinting towards clean energy. We should be investing in renewables rather than banning them, as the Conservatives have done with onshore wind, and saving the country billions by moving to decarbonise power systems by 2030 and making far greater efforts to insulate homes and reduce gas demand there. On climate change, on energy security, on jobs and on bills, this proposal has nothing to offer but false promises that frankly insult the public's intelligence. To support this bill, you need to believe that we can double down on the causes of the cost of living crisis and still solve it. That we can somehow defy geology in the North Sea and change the fundamental nature of international energy markets. And that we can ignore all the science and credible experts on climate change and still meet our commitments, including our commitment to transition away from fossil fuels made by the Minister at COP28 a few short months ago. This is clearly nonsense, but it is emblematic of a government that has run out of ideas and run out of road. A government that can see the many real challenges our country faces but has no answer to them beyond confected political drama. In their misguided pursuit of a political dividing line, they've shrunk our country on the international stage, made us hypocrites in the eyes of the world, and open the door to a new divisive politics on climate change in this country that I sincerely believe the ministers sitting opposite me today are not comfortable with, do not want as their legacy, and will come to profoundly regret. This bill will deliver nothing but threatens much, and for that reason I urge this House to vote against it.
Ross.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's been interesting following the process of this bill. I spoke in second reading, I sat through most of committee stage today, and I'm pleased to speak in this third reading and support the proposals brought forward by this UK Conservative Government, who are the only party that are supporting our vital oil and gas industry across the United Kingdom, but particularly in the north of Scotland. And I have to say, for my constituents in Moray, many of whom work in the oil and gas industry, they will be, I think, frankly, shocked and annoyed by what we've heard today from the SNP benches, and I have to say, the deeply disappointing remarks we've just heard from the Labour front bench. If the honourable gentleman for Southampton test thinks that misinformed scaremongering from Offshore Energy UK, from Aberdeen Chamber of Commerce, does not deserve to be raised in this chamber, then I think he is gravely wrong, and I think that is an indication on Labour's position. They have already turned their back on the oil and gas industry in Scotland, and by the sound of things, it is only going to get worse. Well, he's looking quizzical. Let's just look at what's happening in Scotland now. Just look at some of the coverage. I don't know if he's a regular reader as I am with the P&J, but the P&J's front page made it very clear what people in the north east of Scotland think about Labour proposals. The Scottish Sun said people in Scotland could wave goodbye to tens of thousands of jobs. That is not papers saying that. That's not opposition saying that. That is papers reporting what experts in the field are saying at the moment. And we know the Labour Party changed their policies very quickly. I can only hope that this is another one that they change very quickly, because their actions now are having a deeply damaging effect. These are policies that will, if they ever were implemented, will have a huge impact on the oil and gas sector and the people who work in that sector and rely on that oil and gas production. It is tens of thousands of jobs and livelihoods that are at risk. And I think it's only right in this chamber, as we often want to articulate our own views, that we repeat some of the concerns that have been raised by the industry. Offshore Energy's UK Chief Executive, Dave Whitehouse, is someone who must be listened to on this subject. He's someone I met very recently on a visit to Aberdeen, and he said this about the Labour proposals. These proposals would deliver a hammer blow to the energy we need today and to homegrown transition. He also said these are not faceless numbers, but decent, hard-working people across the UK who provide energy we will need today and into the future. That's the expert view on the Labour proposals. Aberdeen Chamber of Commerce have described Labour plans as a betrayal. And Chris Wheaton, an oil and gas analyst, has said the uncertainty created by threatening new windfall taxes is as bad as the tax itself. And perhaps, Mr Deputy Speaker, most powerfully of all, last week, more than 800 individuals, firms and trade groups wrote to the Leader of the Opposition. More than 800. And they expressed their deep concerns about what is being spoken about by the Labour Party. And of course, sadly, in Scotland, you can't get a cigarette paper between the Labour Party and the SNP. It's almost as if they are in a race to decimate our oil and gas industry, and they want to outmanoeuvre each other. Both support a windfall tax, both oppose the Rosebank field, both are speaking about dangerous proposals that will and members opposite in the Liberal Democrats think that's funny. I'm sorry, I don't think it's funny that tens of thousands of jobs across Scotland are under threat, and that is an issue that I take extremely seriously. But speaking about the SNP, and I tried to get this out in the second reading and at committee stage, and I'm delighted the honourable gentleman from Angus is still here, because we have to get to the bottom of this, I'm sure, Mr Deputy Speaker. So I'm going to ask the honourable gentleman for Angus to intervene on me to explain. Does he believe, he as the MP for Angus, representing a North East constituency, that there should be or should not be further licences granted for production of oil and gas in the North Sea. I'll give way.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't know about you, but I think I've just about heard enough from the Honourable Member for Moray today. But for the fourth time of asking, the members opposite association between number of licences issued and number of oil and gas jobs protected is specious at best. We've been accused by members opposite, including, I think, the member for Moray, of wanting to put the oil and gas industry in Scotland to the sword. Well, there is no such plan. And the leader of the SNP and Scotland's First Minister was in Aberdeen just yesterday talking about how Scottish oil and gas workers must never be left behind. And I'm very disappointed, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan, whom actually I thought more of, who misquoted Humza Yousaf, the First Minister of Scotland. He said that he would rather Aberdeen was not the oil and gas capital of Europe, but the renewable energy capital of the world, which promises vastly more economic opportunity for workers in Scotland, and they better start dealing with it.
Can I just remind members that this is a third reading and that we shouldn't really be opening arguments that were heard during committee stage or previous stages. Douglas Ross.
I respect that ruling, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I don't think it is reopening anything because we haven't got any further. You know, I have tried at second reading, I've tried at committee stage, I've tried at third reading now. Why is it so difficult for SNP members who represent communities in the north east of Scotland to say what is actually in their own draft energy strategy? There is a presumption against licences for oil and gas exploration in the North Sea, and the fact that the honourable gentleman for Angus cannot simply stand up and say what his own position is tells you exactly how people in the north east of Scotland feel. That the SNP have got breathtaking hypocrisy on this issue because they want to run down the oil and gas sector. They are no friends of the oil and gas sector, and of course they asked the Green Party into government, and that tells you everything you need to know. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Is the member as confused as I am by that answer, that somehow or other you don't need a licence to drill for oil, to create oil jobs and protect oil jobs? And you can protect oil jobs by not extracting any oil from the ground.
It's just one example of mixed messaging and confused messaging from the SNP that we sadly hear far too much in this chamber, and we've heard across the North East this week when this issue I'll give way in a moment, when this issue has dominated much of our proceedings. But I will give way, because this may be our final chance to hear if the honourable gentleman believes in the SNP's draft energy strategy, which says there should be a presumption against licences for new oil and gas exploration.
Much as I'm enjoying the honourable member for Murray's crocodile tears about protecting jobs in Scotland, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wonder if he could give confidence to those oil and gas workers in Scotland and highlight an example from the recent history where the Tories have protected anyone's job anywhere.
Conservatives, this UK Conservative government, the Scottish Conservatives at Holyrood, that are standing up for the industry. An industry that supports over 200,000 people across the United Kingdom, 95,000 people in Scotland, and whom we have heard 42,000 jobs are at risk with the Labour proposals that are coming forward that are almost identical to the SNP proposals. I will briefly give way and then try to come to a close in my remarks.
Can I just understand how he proposes to get to net zero by 2050? Temperature rises no more than 1.5%. We are currently on current projectors exceeding all of that. All I hear here is that we have to increase oil and gas production in the North Sea when we understand that that is the wrong path to getting to net zero. How are we going to limit temperature rises to 1.5% and make sure that we are not going on the current trajectory that is going well over 2%, and the government has not got an answer to that?
Sorry, the Honourable Lady has misinterpreted everything that I've heard during the proceedings of this debate. No one is saying there is going to be increased production. We are looking to protect what is happening at the moment and to protect the jobs, as my honourable friend for Banff and Buchan said during committee stage. These jobs will go elsewhere. Let's make no bones about that. They will not stay in Scotland or in the United Kingdom. If the proposals that other parties are putting forward, they will go to other countries in Europe and around the world, and they will drill for oil and gas in those countries. They will pay their tax in other places, and they will ensure that we then buy that in as a nation at a higher cost and a greater carbon footprint. That's why I want to see us maximising what we can do in the North Sea, supporting tens of thousands of jobs in the North East, right across Scotland and across the United Kingdom, and work towards that just transition, which Offshore Energy's UK and everyone else is fully behind. That's why I support this bill. I support the efforts of the Minister. The Right Honourable Gentleman has worked constructively, I believe, across the House. I've certainly had very useful meetings with him and the Secretary of State and others. This also sends a very clear message. There is one party on the side of workers in the North East and those in the oil and gas sector across the United Kingdom. That's the Conservative Party here in government at UK level, and the Scottish Conservatives at Holyrood and across Scotland. And I think more and more people are starting to see that it's the Labour Party and the SNP that are turning their backs on these workers, and only the Scottish Conservatives and this UK government that are supporting them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dave Doogan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The bill is completely lacking in merit. It seeks to solve a problem which, for the government, which doesn't exist. The North Sea Transition Authority can issue licences. It's been issuing licences. This is a Potemkin argument, a specious debate about the issuance or otherwise of licences. So the government, when this bill passes, which it will, given the arithmetic in here, when this bill passes, it will change not one jot the ability to issue licences or otherwise. What it seeks to do is put on a pedestal and create conflict in what was previously broad consensus in the acceptance of the need for a just transition to combat a climate emergency. And what we've seen in the tone and tenor of the debate today from members opposite in particular is a desire to weaponise that. And you heard it there from the honourable member from Murray in his summing up, that only the Conservatives are the people who are standing up. Utter nonsense, absolute nonsense. Although I wouldn't, if I was working in oil and gas, want to rely too heavily on Labour if their 28 billion is anything to go by. This could have had measures included to offset the kind of rapacious appetite for more and more licences to drill for every drop of oil and gas within the North Sea basin and receipt every available halfpenny of tax into His Majesty's Treasury. It could have done those things and chucked a little bit over the wall to say, but we're going to put 5 or 10 or 15% of all those revenues directly into the just transition. Wouldn't have been brilliant, but it would have been something. Would have been something. But no, not a thing in this legislation to offset the appetite for further and further investment. Now, members opposite have spoken at length about the need to make sure that we don't develop a gap between that which we demand and that which we can supply. And one thing that there does remain acceptance on in the House is that the ability, well, it's already passed, the UK can no longer sustain its own demand. We have to import oil and gas from elsewhere. But that's a myopic obsession with the demand side. There is not nearly enough being done by the government after 14 years to mitigate the supply side, to mitigate the demand side. The reason that demand is what it is a function of the reason supply is what it is as a function of demand. The supply requirements are such as a result of that which is being demanded. And if there was a truly ambitious programme at any stage over the last 14 years to insulate houses, to get people into electric vehicles and to introduce further decarbonisation of our economies and lifestyles, then we wouldn't have the demand that we have just now. So the potential gap between that which can be supplied domestically and that which has to be imported would inevitably be lesser in a zero-sum game. But we don't have any of that. And I will quickly.
We're not going to go over an issue that I'm not going to get an answer to, but his own party have been in government now in Scotland for 17 years, and they have repeatedly missed their own climate change targets, largely because they have not done what he's accusing the UK government of not doing. So how does he reflect on his own party in government in Scotland, who haven't done enough to insulate homes, get more people into electric vehicles, put in the charging points that we need right across the country?
The honourable member for Murray, not for the first time, has stood on another political landmine if he thinks he's going to hold me to account on the availability of charge points, because what he may not know, although knowing him I suspect he probably does, is that anywhere on these islands, if you want to find more charge points for a car, you'll need to come to London or the southeast of England. Scotland has many more available charge points for electric vehicles in Scotland. Well, we can sort this out later, Mr Deputy Speaker. We can sort it out later. Scotland is the third highest availability of electric chargers for vehicles in the United Kingdom. So I think the record that the Scottish Government has is exemplary, having, as we do, one hand tied behind our back by being a member of this non-union, with that freedom of movement and zero agency that it comes from being a non-sovereign state. Well, if any other normal country, Mr Deputy Speaker, could invest that which it wants into whatever it wants, and it could do so through the normal levers that an independent country would have. Scotland, of course, can't do that because it waits for its cheque every year from Westminster. And if he doesn't like it, Mr Deputy Speaker, then he knows what to do. I would just pay tribute to the honourable member for Banff and Buchan for the work that he did in finally grinding some sort of progress from his partners and his colleagues in government on the ACON project. But that just typifies that the slowness, the absolute pedestrian nature of measures to protect consumers and the environment from the largest possible demand. If we'd have gone into that with a proper fund, with ambition and pace 5, 6, 7 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation just now. It was, in the SNP's amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, an elegant solution to make the additional receipts from oil and gas extraction going forward in the North Sea basin to be directly invested in renewable transition, in protecting people from higher bills and insulating their homes and getting them out of their petrol and diesel cars and into electric cars. But we saw with the Prime Minister's rolling back a further weaponisation of the climate emergency on heat pumps and on electric vehicles that this is not on the agenda of this fag-end Tory government. It's trying to scrabble around looking for votes where they may be, and it actually doesn't work. They've achieved tremendous damage with this approach, and judging by recent by-election results, they've gained zero political capital. So on the mess that is evident before us, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst I get heckled from the honourable member from Murray from a sedentary position, on the mess that we see before us, I and my SNP colleagues would urge members to decline a third read.
Well, just to say that proceedings must finish at 40 minutes past 5. 4 people are standing, so please be considerate to other members in order that everybody can get in. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's hard to know what more really can be said about this farcical and unnecessary bill. It feels as if we're running out of adjectives. It's almost by taking part in this debate, listening to the ridiculous heckles from the front bench opposite, that it kind of legitimises this desperate and dangerous attempt to create yet another culture war out of something as serious as the climate emergency. But I did just want to put on record my deep disappointment that the government is playing such dangerous games. Ever since the Climate Change Act was first introduced in this place, there has been more or less a consensus of a kind in terms of a recognition on both sides of the House that the climate crisis was real and we needed to act fast in order to address it. Of course, there were differences about some of the detail, but not on that substantial issue. But it now feels as if we've got a government that is putting all of that at risk, and that this legislation is all of a piece with ministers rolling back pledges on home insulation, on the boiler replacement scheme, on electric vehicles, and so on. The ludicrous list that we had from the Prime Minister about all sorts of things he was going to scrap that were never actually government policy in the first place. I would add just one extra argument, perhaps, to the ones that we've heard over the past few hours, and that was the point that projects like Rosebank, for example, won't actually enhance our security, not just because, in that case, the oil is mainly exported, but also because public opposition to projects like that and to their unlawfulness means that developments are subject to lengthy legal battles. That is a very real risk. Would it not therefore be better to accelerate the rollout of cleaner energy, which are much more popular with the public, and not give, in this case, Rosebank's owner Equinor nearly £3 billion in tax breaks? This issue about lawfulness, I think, is particularly topical today when we know that there is a law case going on right now about whether or not the government is meeting its climate objectives, whether or not there's enough policy detail in the reports that it's already produced in terms of trying to persuade the population that we are on track to meet our climate targets. And so I think this issue around legality is one well made this afternoon, and also demonstrates, frankly, that the kind of boosterism that we've heard from the Minister is entirely misplaced. Complacency doesn't address the climate crisis, and it certainly doesn't address the fact that while the UK certainly did once have a leadership position on climate, it does no longer. And listening to some of the voices on the opposite benches, it sometimes feels as if the debate in this place is on another planet, on another planet from the one that is overheating right now, because it is undeniable that we are living through what many are calling the sixth mass extinction. We are living through a risk of Earth systems collapse. Scientists themselves are running out of words to describe the seriousness and to try to wake up policymakers to exactly what is at stake. We just heard that last summer, the sea ice in the Arctic, the fact that it is now risking a total loss of that late summer sea ice in the Arctic, that is now baked in and could happen as early as the 2030s. That in turn is likely to trigger even more extreme weather events in the Northern Hemisphere through the weakening of the jet stream. In the Antarctic, melting of the sea ice has accelerated dramatically, which could lead to cascading collapses of the freshwater ice shelves with catastrophic results for rises in global sea levels. New research in the Amazon has now found what scientists call precursor signals of an approaching critical transition. Deforestation and climate breakdown could now cut off circulating rainfall in the basin, triggering a rapid flip from rainforest to savanna. This is what we are actually talking about here, and future generations will look back to this time, may even look back, who knows, to this debate, and wonder what on earth we were thinking of in terms of giving a green light to more oil and gas licenses. And when we ask ourselves why that is happening, perhaps we might also just reflect on the role of the fossil fuel lobbyists. I held an adjournment debate on this very subject of fossil fuel lobbying that goes on in this place just a few weeks ago, and noted then that Offshore Energies UK and their members, including BP and Shell, have met UK government ministers more than 210 times in the year following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That is nearly once every single working day. And since that invasion of Ukraine, just Shell and BP combined profits have reached £75 billion. I would suggest that that is not unrelated to the direction of the government's discussion today. Yeah. But I'm going to finish by quoting a letter from over 700 UK scientists who wrote to the Prime Minister last year to urge him to halt the licensing of new oil and gas. They included people like Chris Rapley, former head of the Science Museum. He's a professor at UCL. Mark Maslin, world famous in terms of being a professor of Earth system science at UCL. They are all warning that there should be no new development of oil and gas. And what they said, if I can just find it, was that if the UK allows any new development of oil and gas fields, it will severely undermine claims of leadership by contributing to further oversupply of fossil fuels and making it more difficult for the world to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Therefore, the UK should commit to preventing any new oil and gas field development, and the government should state this commitment clearly. There are those who might claim that stopping new development of oil and gas fields would raise concerns about the affordability and security of future energy supplies. But there is now overwhelming evidence that the UK is far better served by a rapid transition to domestic clean energy sources, particularly renewables, and the decarbonisation of our economy. Doubling down on fossil fuels will not lower energy bills or enhance our energy security. Mr Deputy Speaker, the IPCC states that the choices and the actions implemented in this decade, now, at this time when we are all in decision-making positions, those decisions and those actions will have impacts now and for thousands of years. The moment for political leadership is here, and it is now. And it's here and now that I beg ministers to rise to this occasion.
It's 18 minutes left. Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Brighton Pavilion, and she is making such a powerful case why this bill should have never reached this House. This February is on course to break an unprecedented number of heat records, and the dangers of failing to reach net zero are staring us in the face. I'm saying this again and again, and the Honourable Lady has made a very powerful point. And yet, this government, in the name of protecting jobs, is turning its back on its net zero commitments. And I find that incredibly dishonest, and the way this debate is being run. Because really, if anything, if it was honest, then it would show that the government has shown its true face, and that is ultimately delaying climate action. That is so incredibly necessary. And I've heard through this debate again and again, well, it's the demand that we are responding to. Of course there is demand, so long as we provide unlimited supply. And of course the oil and gas industry itself will want to drill for every last drop of oil as long as they can. But it is for a responsible government to make a decision that is responsible and looks the dangers that we are facing really in the face. It's like, and the tobacco industry will say, oh, there's demand for smoking, but this government has understood its responsibility to actually stop the demand for smoking because it is dangerous, and yet it fails to understand, really to see the dangers for climate change. We need a government to guide the economy into the net zero future, that we need to secure the long-term future of a prosperous future for all people, and not just a very, very short-term election issue that might divide people in this House, where we had for such a long time a consensus that we need to reach net zero. While this government claims that new licences will improve energy security, the reality is very different. Between now and 2050, new licences are expected to provide an average of only 4 days of gas per annum. So all this bill does is set a symbolic, a signal. It doesn't actually even meet the own requirement that the government wants to set itself, and that is securing energy for the future of this country. And that is why I think it's so dangerous, and I said it in second reading. It's only meant for political reasons, not because the government is really intent on any outcome except some sort of election game. And that is why we should oppose it. We should make it very clear to our citizens that it does nothing for energy security. It does nothing for getting us to net zero. It does nothing to curb energy bills. And all members of this House, in their right mind, should oppose this bill. Thank you.
Sammy, if you can be cognisant that this finishes at 5:14 and Mr Ford would like to get in too. Sammy Wilson.
Okay, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all say that we fully support the government in this bill and the objectives which has been set. And as has been said time and time again during this debate, we're going to require oil and gas. We're going to require oil and gas for decades. And if we're going to require oil and gas, then it may as well be British oil and gas, because that means jobs in Britain, it means revenue, tax revenue, and it also means that we reduce our imports. And so there are very good reasons why, if we're going to continue to use oil, we should then give licences for it. And I find some of the arguments which have been made today very, very strange. Passionate speech has been made against this bill on the basis that, first of all, this bill, and let me just quote from the opposition spokesman, doesn't do anything which is already being done. And indeed, he then went further and says, even though that's the case, civil servants must have had to hold their noses when they were writing the bill. Well, if it doesn't do anything which is already being done, then why on earth such passionate opposition to it? We're told, and we've just had some intervention from a sedentary position, but what about the climate emergency? Well, apparently one of the arguments against this bill is it will only provide another 3 days' worth of oil and gas. So we're hardly going to stick up world temperatures with another 3 days of oil and gas being drilled out of the North Sea. But we are going to ensure years of jobs for people who are currently working in the gas industry. We're going to guarantee years of finance for public services in this country which are much needed. And we're going to guarantee that we don't have to import from other countries. And another argument which has been used against us is that this is a confected and contrived piece of legislation designed simply to be part of the culture wars and to drive a wedge. Exactly. And indeed, I think the member for Angus talked about it being specious, dealing with a problem which doesn't exist. The easy way of ensuring that it doesn't become a confected piece of legislation or driving an artificial wedge is for those who think that it is only window dressing to make it quite clear that they would continue to allow licences to be issued. Then it wouldn't be confected. We would know either there's a real difference or there's no difference. If indeed, as the member for Angus couldn't do, and I'm not sure where the Labour Party stands on this, if indeed they can't give a commitment that there would be licences granted under an administration controlled by them, then it's not confected, it's not specious, it's real. And people then have to make the judgment. Is this a piece of legislation which is necessary to ensure that the oil which we have and which we can benefit from, our economy can benefit from, jobs can, workers can benefit from, then this legislation is necessary. My great worry in all of this is that, first of all, whilst the government is trying to inject some confidence into the debate, given the stance which has been adopted by the Labour Party in this, that it doesn't give any long-term confidence because, of course, we're going to have an election this year, and investors won't know whether the arguments we have heard today will lead to licences not being granted in the future. I think the second concern that I have is, and already there's been allusion made to it by the honourable member from Brighton, is that because we have in legislation established targets for net zero, legally binding targets, that even the benefits which might come from this bill will not be realised because they'll get stuck in the courts. And I've said this to the Minister before, and I say it again. Legally binding targets leave open challenges, legal challenges, to the government for every piece of sensible legislation it tries to bring through this House, whether we try to alleviate the burdens on people's heating bills by changing the policy on heat pumps, whether we reduce the impact on travel costs by not having the mandatory targets for electric vehicles, and I could go through a whole list of other policies. And I think that this is something which we are going to have to revisit. But we give this bill our support tonight think it's sensible, we think it gives confidence, and we also think that it shows a direction that this government recognises a reality that people will use oil and gas for many decades in the future, and that we've got to ensure that we benefit from the fact that that demand is there.
Mr Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Most people in this country accept that we need energy security, that we must move away from fossil fuels to more sustainable energy sources and seek to reduce our carbon emissions to meet the challenges posed by climate change. They see every day the effects of climate change. Recently, in my corner of Devon, communities that I visited, such as Fennerton and Columpton, showed me what experience it is to have flash flooding. This has caused terrible damage to constituents' properties and has destroyed some of their most treasured possessions. And it's only going to get worse and more frequent as we see the UK continuing to suffer the effects of climate change. We in the UK have shown leadership in this area. We should be setting an example to the rest of the world on the need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but also, crucially, on the economic benefits that the UK can enjoy as a result. The government claims that by mandating the North Sea Transition Authority to run these regular bids for new oil extraction licences, they will protect the UK's energy security. But this simply just doesn't add up, because 80% of the oil is exported. So it will not make a material difference to people's energy bills, and we will still be reliant on imported LNG. We saw this with the second invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which caused huge spikes in oil and gas prices and left consumers facing these spiralling energy bills that they simply wouldn't have been nearly so affected by had we not continued to invest in onshore wind in the way that we were doing so in 2015, if we had continued to insulate buildings in the way that we've been doing in the coalition years. It is not UK-produced oil that would have mitigated those price rises, but UK-produced renewable energy and demand avoidance, encouraged by a more progressive government than this one. An example, Octopus Energy notes that £5 billion could have been saved by consumers if onshore wind had continued at the 2015 rates. But the Conservatives were left to govern alone, and that prospect vanished. The UK Energy Research Centre said of this bill that there's a fixation on new licensing, and it is a distraction, that it offers comfort in the possibility of conserving oil and gas production rather than grasping the opportunities of a rapid transition. To put it bluntly, it's the reproach of a government that's too scared to embrace the future and make the fundamental changes that we need to build a better future for our children. Many on the Conservative benches have highlighted the challenges of phasing out oil and gas as we transition to renewable energy. But there are not only challenges. There are opportunities. Opportunities to support new, homegrown clean energy which will power our homes and create a new swathe of well-paid jobs. We cannot cling to the past because we are too scared of the future. There is an analogy here from over a century ago, at the point when Great Britain first embraced oil. Winston Churchill was First Lord of the Admiralty in a Liberal government. He took office in 1911, a key point in the Anglo-German naval race. When Churchill took on the role, there was a big decision on his desk almost immediately. How Great Britain powered our ships. Until this point, coal had been the dominant source of fuel for the Royal Navy. It was produced here, at home, in Britain. The saying, carrying coals to Newcastle, reminds us that there was an abundance of coal in Britain. But that did not make Churchill determined to exploit the abundant reserves of that fuel, which was powering the world's largest navy of that day. Churchill signed an order for the Royal Navy to be powered by the innovative source of energy of the 20th century, which happened to be oil. This was more efficient, it allowed ships to travel faster and further with less fuel, and it allowed for the innovative design of new ships. Transform yourself forwards 100 years. By this government's logic, Churchill should have put the cutting-edge source of energy on the back burner and stuck to coal. The arguments made in favour of coal then are similar to those being deployed in favour of this bill before us today. Churchill was someone who believed in looking to the future and seizing the opportunities that arose. So he took the fateful decision that all new ships in the surface fleet would switch to the more innovative, more energy-efficient fuel source of the day. As a result, the Royal Navy continued to dominate the seas and hampered Germany's international trade and later its war effort. Now, today, China is working on zero-emission shipping. The California-China Climate Institute at Berkeley is looking at 21st century innovations that will power the leading economies of this century. They must tune in to BBC Parliament, look at us in our 19th century surroundings and think it quaint that we're debating which type of 20th century energy source we should cling to. Churchill's decision in 1911 put Britain at the forefront of innovation and design, allowing Britain and British talent to reshape the character of the 20th century. For Conservative MPs opposite, do they disagree with Mr Churchill? Are they daunted by the prospect of seizing the opportunity presented by new sources of energy, including renewable energy to power the UK in the 21st century? Why are they seeking to take these short-term, short-sighted decisions that fly in the face of our climate commitments? This Conservative government already offers subsidies to the oil industries. They already are indifferent to the price of renewable energy being tied to the price of gas. It's time for a rethink. It's time to focus on improving the national grid, boosting homegrown green energy and investing in the technologies of tomorrow. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Has been that and say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Vision, clear the lobby. Ready, everybody? Ready? Order. The question is the bill be now read the third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Joy Morrissey, Gaga Mahindra. Tell us for the noes, Mary Glindon. Colin Fletcher. Order.
The ayes to the right, 286. The noes to the left, 221.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 286. The noes to the left, 221. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. With leave of the House, I'll put motions 3, 4 and 5 together on social security. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May I say aye?
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 6 relating to the Justice Committee. Sir Bill Wiggin.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May I say aye?
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now